let's get all this set up. I'm gonna take some extra time checking the audio today, because I've been having several issues lately with Design Dorks, so let's make sure that everything is where it's supposed to be. Also, hello everybody, hope everyone's doing well. I know some people were worried based off of the update video, but no fret. Peasant's perspective is still going to be around for as long as I can possibly make it so. College hasn't become that demanding just yet. Hello, I won't use this. Hope things are going well for you today. Green Star Galaxian, Lukak. How's everything sounding to you guys? Music too loud? Am I too loud? Music's a bit of a... Probably shouldn't have chosen this theme. It's a bit of a quiet one. Lukak is working on a Smash Bros. Game based around the Mii's. Oh man, I'm so excited. Those of you that aren't part of that Discord server in the description don't know this yet, but I have a video that'll be going up after this stream, actually. It's going to have some very fun audience participation that I cannot wait to do. It's gonna be good. I think it's okay, but the music is a quiet one. Alright, yeah. Let me grab a different music track real quick, just for expense. Sure. Dragon Roost Island. Okay, how about now? Got those sick castanets and flute in the background. We all vibing? Man, I haven't listened to this theme in a while. I forgot just how ridiculously good this theme is. Fun fact, this is something I wanted to talk about in the culture video I'll eventually make. The reason that Dragon Roost Island is so goddamn good and so goddamn unique is that really the entirety of the Rito in that game are based off of cultures in the Andes Mountains. And to really triple down on that, they actually used instruments from that region of the world to really give Dragon Roost Island and everything about the Rito later just a really solid, unique identity. It's so cool. We got a lot of people here today. This is great. Okay, I think I have everything set up the way it's supposed to be. I'm actually gonna have a bit of free time. I'm not used to this. I suppose I could do like a... Yeah, might as well do this. Just a quick Q&A. Does anybody have any questions from the update video that they want to throw my way? I know that kind of came out of the blue and is pretty dramatic in terms of change of direction for the channel. So if anybody's got any clarifications they want to know, feel free to throw them my way. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the other theme because that's the playlist for everything else on this episode. Name of the music? Oh, that's Dragon Roost Island from Wind Waker. How much further assassination classroom are you? Well, after your recommendation, you know what? I can check. How far am I? One moment. View full playlist. Where does there stop being? Season 2, Episode 9 is the next one for me, Pierre. So you know what? Congrats. You got me with that one. It's too fun of a premise. I will admit, it's often a second monitor show while I'm working on something else, but it's always nice just... Whenever it goes back to being wholesome for a minute, definitely becomes my priority attention. Am I a supporter of Freddy Fish for Smash with a Luther Echo Fighter? I'm not sure how that would work, but if somebody had an idea, I would be so down for that. Carson says, congrats on how well your in real life stuff is going. Thank you! I'm kind of shocked. I was really expecting to have a harder time getting back into school, but... Nah, it's kind of a environment I thrive in. Feels good. Feels very good. Some ideas for other topics? Are you talking about the roundtable stuff? I'll throw this out. One video I'm definitely going to do with the roundtable things is to go through various sections of the world and try to kind of make a Fire Emblem game out of them. Kind of extrapolating off of the Fire Emblem video I made a while back, but then really focusing on, okay, let's take, say, the, Norse cultures. How does that work in terms of mission setup? What are the unit classes? Kind of building off of what Fire Emblem Fates did with, the Western European versus, kind of Japanese cultures, but, just adding different factions to that. I think that'd be really cool. Only question I have is when we're getting more XCOM. Maybe next weekend. Don't want to commit, but it's kind of what I'm planning. Have I found out a way to handle overstimulation from social media? It's a good question. Apart from going cold turkey, it's a very easy thing to just keep going and going and going with. But something that's worked a lot for me is having specific, apps dedicated to specific platforms, so I'm never constantly spending my time on one individual thing. I got Discord off of my phone, I got Reddit off of my phone, just to make sure that I kind of to force myself to take a break from things when I'm just kind of surfing a web and just kind of languishing couch potato style. Gotta limit how much is a constant part of your life. In terms of updates, is how you want to affect stuff like art commissions. That's something that's been on my mind a lot lately. Because I do still want to do them, but I also want to keep making content without the kind of stress of... not stress, but the strain of wanting to make a video, but also wanting to make artwork for it first. Because that kind of gums up the creative process. I think what I'm going to start doing is retroactively commissioning artwork for videos. And kind of go from there. But for basically just still going to do it, but it's no longer going to be a mainstay of the channel, if that makes any sense. Yes, I did have Discord on my phone, Pierre. It was terrible. I stopped using Twitter was just oh yeah, if it's Twitter, just get off of Twitter. There's no excuse for Twitter. Just get off. There are better platforms for finding fan arts, and that's the only half-decent thing about the platform. That level of a character limit just makes it so that every single interaction is so unhealthy. On the matter of art commissions, I might just make that a public kind of thing. If somebody sees a bit of like a video that with a thumbnail that doesn't have any custom artwork, like throw a DM at me at Discord and we'll talk about it. Though on that note, I would want something on the level of quality of Mad Arts, Sandwich Bubbles, and Carson, and I will be honest if the quality isn't up to that level. Like, I don't want to be mean, but I also want the art level to be consistent across my videos. Does that make sense? I'm gonna push away from Discord, is where we talk about said commissions. Oh yeah, like I'm not at the level of, like, culling my contacts list or anything. I think just getting out of Discord forums is going to help me a lot, because I lurk so much. It's a problem. So I can't control it, so I need to remove the addiction altogether. And I think, so long as I just don't have to worry about that, it should be fine. Why does Bowser's NES sprite have a tooth coming out of his cheek? Why does his sprite have a tooth coming out of his cheek like that? God, that's weird. You'd think it'd be down, like, move them all one square down and right, but now he's getting something ingrown there. That's, ugh. Maybe it's supposed to be a bit of a tusk? I don't know. But in regards to that art thing, I might make a just a small announcement video about that, with better details. Okay, and it is past 1, so I think we can get started. Alright, something cool about this episode is, like, I've been expecting to just eventually stop getting newcomer submissions to this series, but we actually have 4 new people this time, which is awesome. So our first idea for the day, let me double check real quick who, is from Iwontusethis, talking about Magolor in Super Smash Bros. Let's do a trailer. Magolor starts out at his theme park. This theme is so good. I love this theme. Merry Magoland, where Kirby, Meta Knight, King Dedede, and hopefully, if they make it in before Magolor, Bandana D are making a mess of things. Being generally rowdy, eating all the food, messing with other park attendants, with Magolor attempting to stop them to no avail. Suddenly, he notices a sheet of paper on the ground, an odd letter addressed to him. He opens it, his eyes widen from surprise, then turns sinister, as if he were smirking. He then turns to the rowdy partygoers and hits them with a hard sword slash, glee filling his face. Cut to gameplay of him doing things like stealing K. Rool's crown, putting on characters' masks, and other such things. Cut back to the main section where Kirby and the gang are all defeated on the floor, Magolor laughing happily on top of them before looking at the camera mischievously. And I am going to remember to share the link. Would you look at that? God damn it, Potato Beats and Carson. Be me to remind. I almost did it before anybody reminded me. We're close. We'll get better. We'll get better as we go. Magolor is a tricky character who tries to attack his foes from a distance but can get up close and personal. Magolor has a mechanic in his combo meter, where the more times he hits his foes in quick succession without getting hit, he gets more magic points, which charge his magic meter. With a full magic meter, Magolor can press side B taunt plus B to shoot a large beam forward or on the ground. Taunt specials! That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I kind of like that, actually. Just taking a... Oh god, like imagine... Sorry for the tangent, but imagine characters kind of designed around that, where their taunts and the taunt specials are very similar animation-wise. You can completely mix them up. That'd be so good. Anyway, Taunt up B opens a black hole above himself. Felt like using Taunt to fit the character better than his Shield B concept. Mechanics! Numbers! I'll just leave these on the screen for a bit because nobody likes to read numbers. Lots of jumps, though. Fitting for Kirby. We're keeping up the tradition. And just right into the moveset. Jab! Magic Circle! Magolor punches twice, which leads to a rapid jab of him spinning a magic circle in front of him. Star Cutter is the dash attack. Charges forward in an orb-shaped shield. Lots of inspirations from the Star Allies moveset. Wisely. I think that's wise. Bomb Relay is the forward tilt. Magolor swings a frying pan in front of himself. This can reflect projectiles. Egg Catcher is the up tilt. Tosses an egg into the air and catches it. If you use 3 times in quick succession, he starts to Oh, that's cute! He starts to juggle them. The eggs have a chance of becoming bombs. Felicia Fan has untaught specials? Of course he has. Felicia Fan just has every good idea. We got the forward smash in the mighty Magic Bomb. Throws a giant bomb directly in front of himself that explodes, the size increasing with the charge. Up smash is the upward Magic Sphere. Shoots 2 spheres above him. Charges, activates upward Revolution Flame. Double Needles is the down smash. Summoning needles on either side of him. More charge, the more needles. Flare Beam is the neutral air. Spins mid-air, surrounded by energy. Ultra Sword is the forward air. Summons a large sword he slashes in front of himself. Back air, it shoots a large snowball behind him. If it comes in contact with the platform, it will roll along it. Nice. Love things like this. Up air is a dragon-shaped flame that spirals above him. Grand Hammer is the down air. Pulls out a hammer and slams it down in the process, going downward in the process as well. It's so funny how you have to do so little to Star Allies movesets to make fantastic Smash Brothers. Like, Sakurai bias be damned, I wish he moved the amount of effort he put into Fire Emblem characters into Kirby characters. Like, I would be totally cool with 8 Kirby characters on the roster, because every Kirby character is so distinct, and they all do such cool things. As you can clearly see here. God, Crown is such a good theme. It's just one of the best. Always fun when you get like a violin that's trying really hard to be epic, you know? Anyway, Egg Grab, he grabs the opponent. Gem Apple, smacks the foe with a Gem Apple. Fiery Puff, portal opens between Magolor and the foe, and a wave of fire spews out. Hydra Wrath, Magolor spins around, throwing the foe behind him, and a portal opens where an orb of water hits the foe. I like the portal focused throws. That's really fun. Doomer Call throws the foe in the air, and the portal opens above him. That a Doomer flies out in a loop, hitting the foe. And down throw, portal opens where a lightning bolt strikes them, burying them. And for the specials, we got the Magic Sphere, as expected. It shoots out 3 magical spheres, with the 3rd being bigger and going farther. If charged for a bit, this becomes 3 Revolution Orbs, increasing range and size, and when charged for longer, it becomes the Revolution Flame, also increasing range and size. Side special is Magolor Surge. He dashes forward if the arrow stick is still pointed and the button is pressed again. He can do it 2 more times. Nice little comboing dash attack, gap closer thingamabob. Like it. That can be jumped out of too. Nice. We have Dimensional Vanish. It's a teleport. Of course it is. Fits for Magolor. Gem Apple Bombs. Tosses a Gem Apple Bomb in front of himself, which detonates on its own after 6 seconds, depending on size. Increasing in size depending on time. Only 1 bomb can be out at a time. Magolor can detonate it sooner with another down B. And last but not least, the final smash. He opens a portal and sends the foes into another dimension. A cinematic plays where they are bombarded by enemies before Magolor appears riding the lower Star Cutter, jumps off, and slashes the foes with the Ultra Sword. Nice, simple, straight to the point. Shockingly, Kirby characters generally translate extremely well into the game that was made from its DNA. Got some miscellaneous stuff. appears in the magic star-shaped portal as an entrance. He'll wave his hands, he'll scratch his head for his idols. Side taunts, he'll put a mask on of one of his foes. Ooh, I like that. Any sort of, like, character-specific interaction in Smash just feels so good. You get so little of it, but it's fun. One of the big reasons I want to reboot is just because that frees up more space to do more things like that. Up taunt, he juggles. Down taunt looks at his hands and clenches them as a magical aura surrounds him. Victory stuff! He spins around and salutes the camera, happily cheers all around, and it descends down, slowly clapping. And shockingly, for his loose screen, he claps. And then for results, 1 is normal, 2 is Trader, 3 is Kirby Clash, 4 is a Marks inspired, 5 and 6 are epilogue stuff from Return to Dreamland Deluxe, and 7 and 8 are the one side. Oh god, I can't remember. It's the Magolor thing, but I can't remember what game it was in. Isn't it in Deluxe? I think it's in Deluxe and something else before that. Stage is a Holocondra, because of course it is. Ring title is the Far-Flung Traveler, and I got guidance! Oh, I love it when people provide Palutena's guidances. Who's this little guy? That's Magolor. He's a traveler of dimensions, but also a powerful wizard. He can't be that dangerous. Look, he looks so egg-like. Do not compare him to an egg, Pit. That's my thing. Magolor also betrayed Kirby and his friends to steal the Master Crown. After Kirby defeated him, he was stuck in another dimension, where he had to regain his magic and destroy the Master Crown to atone for his misdeeds. Jeez, this little guy's been through a lot. Is he on good terms with the Kirbys, at least? Yeah, I hear he opened an amusement park. Anyways, Pit, be sure not to let Magolor combo you. That's how he charges his magic meter. If that gets full, he can unleash a devastating attack. No problem. I'll just attack him to end the combo, then scramble him. Yeah, if he doesn't scramble you first. Hey! This is nice and fun. We'll say, I do think codec calls were... I don't think this is a very hot take. I think they had a lot more fun with the codec calls than the Palutena's guidances. Gets a little too, tutorial writing, for lack of a better way of putting it, if that makes any sense. Yeah, you never get to something on the level of, Mei Ling, Samus took her clothes off. I just find that more charming. Classic mode ally or ally. That's really good. Characters along the gray area of the moral spectrum. Dark Pit, Bowser, Mewtwo, Wario, Bayonetta, Meta Knight, and versus Marks. But yeah, nice, short, straight to the point. Only 4 pages. Oh, my vocal cords are singing your praises. I won't use this. But yeah, we could have a full-on Fighter Pass 3 that was just Kirby characters, and I would be over the moon delighted. Just give me Bandana D, give me Magolor, give me Adeline, give me Dark Matter, you can throw Marks in there too, and it'd be great! All of them would be super unique, and the game's meta would benefit tremendously from it. Well done indeed. Alright, next idea. Another newcomer to the Peasant's Perspective fold. We have... going all the way back to the very start, very beginning. Let's talk about Mario. From BB. Now look, we all know Super Mario. Let's not act like we don't. But what we don't all know is the question that this revamp relies on. Why even revamp a character as liked as Mario? It's not like he tends on the level of Ganondorf or Sonic, but I still have several reasons as to why I'd revamp Mr. Video Game. Number 1, why so serious? Despite being a bright, jolly man in his own video games, Smash Mario feels like an MMA fighter who just learned his dog tags. As it plagues every other Mario character. Bowser, Donkey Kong. Mario also feels very out of character. He rests too much in angry grunts and yells and his goofy, jolly, carefree attitude that he normally shows. In this revamp, not only is Mario's expressions and voice changed, but also his fighting style, relying less on standard punches and kicks and more on the unorthodox attacks and techniques he's shown in his 30+ years of history. Alright. I will say, I only just kind of realized this, but I think it was during the comments video of the Design Dork Smash tier list, where we talked about how Mario needs more Bing Bing Wahoo. He had that in Melee. Like, he really did. Yeah, as Gumsy just said. But I miss that level of just super over-the-top voice lines that he had in Melee. That did a lot for making him feel just more like he was having fun. You know, there's the really loud woohoo every time he did a double jump. That's what we need more of. Number 2, Mario 64 isn't the only Mario game, you know? It just so happens that a large chunk of Mario's moveset, jab, down smash, back throw, down and air, among other things, happened to have debuted in Mario 64. But why this game specifically? Let's check when Mario was introduced into the Smash series, 1999, only 3 measly years after 64 was released. Although Mario's moveset may have been accurate over 2 decades ago when he released, it is very outdated by now. The only thing he had as a major revamp since those days has been the Down special that changed to Flood, releasing in the new, modern year of 2002. This revamp of Mario aims to represent the plumber from his days on the NES to his days on the Switch, with equal representation from his 2D and 3D games. Number 3, it's Super Mario Bros., not Super Smash Bros. Of Mario's attacks that don't come from games that were released before I was born, a large majority of them are Smash originals. Now, while this is okay for a large majority of characters, I feel like we can do better for the man that literally saved the video game industry. I know, this is already leaking massive into 2 Flickies vibes, but just trust me for a moment. This moveset will focus on giving Mario the iconic attacks that he's known for, alongside some well-fitting, more obscure ones. But everything here will try its hardest to be the most cohesive that it can be. With those 3 issues that I have with Mario addressed, it's time for the moveset. I will say, I'm not always fond of focusing on the better representation first, just because I feel like that naturally comes around when trying to update a character's moveset, when it's approached from the perspective of trying to focus on a core identity of the character. Just a random tangent. We'll see how this interpretation approaches this. Stats. This revamp moveset will use this amazing model by Red. What does this go to? Oh! I've seen this before. That's actually just a good model. By Maroon Red. I highly recommend downloading this if you have a modded Switch or play on an emulator. It completely changes Mario's model, animations, voice, and more, all to be more in line with his canonical... Oh, goddammit. Thank you, Zevis. I forgot. I said we'd do better, but we're doing worse. Here we go. Thank you. Now for the meat of this section, Mario's stats. It's between ice or... This is not the reason I, not always fond of the stats sections of... This is more just generalized... Not against you, BB, but more against just this section that's almost in every moveset. I can't really mentally comprehend this. Like, okay, he's between Cloud and Hero's weight. I don't know Cloud and Hero's weight off the top of my head. But he seems a little heavier, about the same size, jumps about the same, maybe a little higher. I don't know. His stats change. But how does our iconic plumber play in this revamp? Well, one of the things I like most in Smash Ultimate is his playstyle, which is why I'm keeping him as an all-rounder. Mario relies on a good mixture of his speed and power and his above-average jump. He is the Jumpman, after all, to pull off quick, easy aerial combos that anybody can earn. Still, he has the tools to succeed on the ground, from a distance or close-up, although note he will not be the prime choice for any specific pick. He's meant to teach people not just how to play the game, but also how to pull off combos, learn their spacing, and eventually, with enough practice, turn him into a deadly tool that can wreak havoc in nearly any position. He's an easy-to-learn, medium-to-master type of character. Okay, so that's how he plays. Now for the meat and potatoes of Mario. Normals! He does the punch kick combo from Smash 64. It's the same one. Cool. It's a good one. I don't think this should ever change. Side tilt slaps his arm forward, similar to what he does when he throws a fireball. Although without any actual fire for this attack. This would be a quick long-range tilt that sends opponents forward with a slight downward angle. It's kind of Wario side tilt. Up tilt is a quick uppercut, identical to the animation in Smash Bros. 4. Actually more similar to its Smash 4 iteration, than its Smash Ultimate iteration, rather. Allowing for longer combo strings, down tilt is the same as well. Dash attack is the small hop and dive, as seen in 64, Sunshine, Mario 3D World, and Odyssey. I always like when people choose this one. I think this just fits so much better. It's a lot more playful than the, like, ankle-crushing baseball slide he's got right now. You can go off ledges, being able to be cancelled into a jump if in the air to create mix-up opportunities. Got the get-up attack, does a leg sweep while slightly pushing himself forward before spinning around to do it in the opposite direction. This references his official dash attack, which in turn references the slide kick from Super Mario 64. Side smash. Oh, we got a hammer. It's so funny. Characters like this, you see so many of them, you kind of just go through them being like, okay, which flavor are we getting this time? Hammer flavor? Cool, alright. I know a lot of people get antsy about just pulling random items just out of nowhere. I think the hammer is fine, though, because he does pull it out of nowhere anytime he uses it. Will say, though, I do hope it appears like it's the forward air as well, then. Just because, like, the kind of one-and-done references get on me a little bit, you know? Unless it's something like Villager, where it's just the entire point of the moveset. High damage, large range, with a sweet spot at the tip of the hammer, but is slow with high and lag. Best used as a kill move to use on the ledge. Up smash. Charges by bending down before doing a high fast jump upwards that is... Oh! I don't think I've ever seen this one before, so kind of changing his up special into an up special. You know what? I actually like that more. I think that fits a bit better. He just jumps up and punches. This attack takes inspiration from Mario's super jump punch they previously had as his up special. Okay, yeah, you know what? I like that. I like that. Down smash gets on his hand as a sweep kick, except kind of the same thing as he has right now. Kind of referencing the Dance Dance Revolution box art. Low-key one of my favorite Mario games. I love DDR. It's so good. Neutral air, correct choice. Just the correct choice. This is probably the biggest one that just bugs me of, okay, why haven't you done this yet? Because it's so obvious. It's a nice way of getting Galaxy into the games without really changing up who he is too much. But yeah, Galaxy Spin. Forward air, can't resist tradition. That's another thing you see with a lot of these movesets. Like, they want to reboot them, but like, oh, we can't let go of the past. The past is too important. Which I do think that, like, it's a valid viewpoint to have, but I do think it kind of gets in the way a lot, you know? Like, you could kind of do the same thing with a hammer. They kind of the same thing. I'm being very critical. I'm sorry. It's just, this is one of those conversations that people have had over and over and over again. So I'm kind of used to just jumping straight to conclusions. I'm going to try to reel it back in a bit. My apologies. Back air is current back air. But honestly, it's a decent back air. I can't immediately think off the top of my head what would be better. Up aerial does an upwards headbutt in an arc with a similar animation to his previous up smash attack. This also boots him upwards slightly, best used for longer strings to KO opponents off the top of the string. This is also a partial reference to the misconception that Mario would smash brick blocks with his head instead of his fist. You got the down stall and fall. I've seen so many arguments over, right, Mario should have a star on fall. No, he shouldn't. Like, you get, honestly, it's impressive how, what's the volatile, I think is the nice way of putting it, people will get over simple things like Mario's Smash design. Because I've seen, like, nasty fights over, like, no, he shouldn't have a stall and fall. It doesn't fit his all-rounder character. Oh, you know what? I do like this interpretation of it, though. Making it more of a, okay, bounce off the opponent kind of deal, instead of, like, a, just traditional, okay, Toon Link down air, plummet towards the blast zone. I like that. I think that's fine. Same grab, because of course, how else are you going to do it? Pummel, just a punch. It's Mario. Forward throw, holds the grabbed opponent with both of his hands before kicking them with his right leg. This is a reference to how Mario kicks shells in various games since Mario Bros. 3. Is that not what he... No, he doesn't have that already. How is that not what he has already? Huh. Okay, this goes with the Galaxy Spin as a why isn't that a thing? Because isn't that kind of obvious? That's like pre-Smash 64. That's such an easy one. Back throw, yeah, I mean, you can't change this one. I know I just kind of mocked, like, oh, you can't let go of tradition, but, like, I don't think Mario is ever going to have anything close to something as just iconic video game moment as this. Up throw is the same as it is currently. He just tosses you upwards. And then down throw. Oh! I like this one. Slams the opponent onto the ground before bouncing into the air and bouncing off of them, causing them to get squished for about half a second before being buried into the ground. That's actually really cute. I like that. He just squishes you. Which means we get... I'm just picturing various characters in current Smash Brothers getting Goomba stomped. Oh, you can do a lot of fun things with that too. Like, some of them you would just vertically, like, squish them. But then you could do really funny things, like maybe make it so that Rob gets, like, his, like, spine set up on his robotic body just scrunched in. So it's just his base, and then it's just his arms and head directly above them. You can do a lot of fun things with that. Game Watch just becomes a square. Special moves. Neutral special. This might be a hot take. I don't like the Fire Flower. Just in general, but especially in Smash Brothers, it has never, ever felt good. Official news for throwing an iconic fireball, but then the iconic Fire Flower. Bounces forward 3 times. Same thing as it currently is. Like, I would, if you gotta have the Fireball, I wish it would be the Galaxy Fireball. That's the only time the Fire Flower has felt good in a Mario game. I'll plant my flag on that statement. You know what I just thought of? I should do, like, 5-minute roundtable relays around just every character. That'd be a super easy way just to keep up consistent content. And just have conversations like this, because everybody has takes on this. That'd be a really fun way of just like, okay, everyone sit at the table and we'll debate. I might do that. I probably will do that, actually. That's kind of just easy, obvious content. Side special is Cappy. Okay, we got a Cappy side in here. Throws Cappy from Super Mario Odyssey in front of him, moves forward about 1 battlefield platform distance before spinning in place rapidly once he reaches his position. This spinning not only hits any opponent who touches Cappy for about 7% of damage, but it also reflects any projectiles back to their sender with a typical reflect damage. Not only that, but Mario can also either jump or use his up special onto Cappy to gain a large jump. About double the size of a normal one, helping him recover back on stage, or better yet, fight airborne foes. After either 3.5 seconds, or if Cappy is jumped on by Mario, Cappy will fly back to Mario. The time being relative to how Mario is from the cap. Chosen to best represent modern 3D Mario, and to give Mario a move that isn't just a power-up, also teaching new players some more intrinsic mechanics, like how to control the stage and how to pressure opponents. This stuff right here, I like This is the kind of stuff I want to see when people talk about revamping characters. Like, what does this new move allow for to better embrace what the point of this character in this fighting game is going to be? Because I think this is better than Cape. Just straight up. It's a more intuitive reflect. I agree that it's nice to teach this kind of zoning thing. And it allows Mario to jump more, which I think is really important for him. I like this a lot. Though I will say, I've always wanted, if it's going to be a reflect kind of thing, I'd love to see Cappy, like, actually have Mario possess the projectile as it goes back towards the opponent. Because for one, that'd be hilarious, just watching Samus's charge shot charge back at her with a mustache and a hat. But then, Mario could jump straight out of the projectile hitting Samus and combo off of it. I think that would be a really fun, just gameplay mechanic. Up special, Wing Cap. Flying with a loud wahoo. This attack starts quick, with Mario flying diagonally up with a slight arc, being able to change its trajectory by nudging the left stick for a slight change, or holding it for a harder one. You can also hold the left stick backwards for Mario to fly directly up. Attack has one strong hit throughout the whole attack, allowing it to be used as a strong out-of-shield tool due to its small starting lag and above average power. This attack, however, does cause Mario to be put... You guys can't see this, but I can see the picture for the down special, and it was not what I was expecting. When free fall efforts use, this attack was chosen to represent the early 3D Mario games and to act as Mario's anti-air uppercut, also to enhance Semi-Shoto playstyle. I like this. I feel like the up special is the most easily replaced move in current Mario. I think this is better. It's just better. So that's a take. I kinda love it though. Puts on the penguin suit from New Super Mario Bros. Wii, sliding quickly on his stomach. This attack will hit an opponent about 3 times before sending the opponent upwards. It can be turned around on the ground, although it is very slippery and may cause Mario to fly off the edge if too close to it while turned around. In the air, Mario takes longer to start this move, but anybody he lands on top of will be knocked downwards, although to a lesser degree than his forward aerial. This works as a quick but basic burst option, allowing Mario to close the distance between him and an opponent. This attack was added to represent the modern 2D Mario games, that was English, specifically... I lost my place. New Super Mario Bros. Alongside to represent an animal suit power-up due to how common they are, as well as to give Mario a tornado kick. Also to enhance his Semi-Shoto playstyle. Stuff like this is why I'm so doubled down on custom moves, because it's so hard, especially for Mario, of all characters, to pick, like, okay, across all of his history, what are the most important moves for him to have? Just because there's just too many. You can't really prioritize them all. But with custom moves, you wouldn't have to have that issue, because you could just have all of them. I don't know. Mario is my go-to poster child of, okay, this is why my idea is a good one, because you could have the penguin suit, and you could have the flood, and you could have the elephant's power-up. You could do literally everything else. Yes, just yes, this is what it should be. I've seen a lot of pushback of like, oh no, Mario Finale it's a nice middle ground, but no, like the Superstar... There's a reason it was the climax of the Mario movie. It is the perfect symbol of, okay, this is Mario at his strongest. The fact that it's not the final smash is just silly. Makes him vulnerable, gives him rainbow skin, enhanced speed, does damage to anybody who touches him. Yes, of course, that's how it should be. It's just what it should be. It's just good. The cosmetics. Now that we're done with the main part of this moveset, it's time to get glamorous. This section includes Mario's new taunts, enter and win screens, costumes, and any other miscellaneous thing Mario has in store that he won't pummel you with. First off is the reveal trailer for Mario. You know what? Oh, you know what? I would kind of love this, actually. if Smash gets rebooted, I want to see reveal trailers for every single veteran. Because they've never had something like that before. Oh, you could do so much fun with that, though. Like, imagine this opening, and you don't know it's for Smash Brothers. It's for a Smash reboot. It's just Mario sliding backwards on a rickety wooden bridge as we pan out to Bowser shooting various fire blasts at the plumber. People are thinking like, oh yeah, this is a new Mario game, Mario Odyssey 2, woohoo! Mario gets up and starts jumping past them, and although he's clearly struggling and tired, he still manages to dodge them without getting harmed. He backflips in front of Bowser, charging his old forward smash attack while Bowser seemingly doesn't know Mario is there, due to his short stature. Mario's right fist starts to flame up as the camera zooms onto him, doing a palm strike point blank on the Koopa. Just for Bowser to stop Mario's hand with a single finger, not even bothering to look at the plumber. Mario looks surprised as Bowser flicks him back onto the ground as Bowser charges up a large blast of fire, illuminating the entirety of the room. In a bright, fiery mess, Mario is nowhere to be seen. As Bowser stops his endless barrage of flames, Mario is gone. Bowser laughs to himself with intense glee, thinking he's finally killed Mario, not noticing the large hole that's apparent into the ceiling. We cut to Mario in the sky, largely charged, managing to hang on. He's riding on Flood over a large plane, seemingly oh god, this might be a bad direction for a trailer, because now, people will be thinking, oh my god, Mario Sunshine too? And the Smash reveal might be a little disappointing for them. That is until we hear a sputter, and another. And as the sputters increase, Mario's altitude decreases. He looks backwards in worry to see what's wrong, only to discover that Flood is completely out of water. Mario gets worried and tries to swim in the air, but it's all for naught as the device starts to break down. This is very funny music to have during the narration of Mario's struggles. Oh no, he's in peril, but we're just kind of bopping nicely to his saxophone. Usually shattering and falling to the depths below. Mario hovers in the air for a second before looking down, immediately plummeting once he does so. Mario starts to fly downwards, accepting his fate, his hat flying right after him as he smashes straight into a thick brick ceiling into the ground, until he bounces off something. His hat, to be specific, and Cappy, to be more specific. And now, people are thinking, oh my god, they're doing Sunshine plus Odyssey! This allows Mario to bounce onto the ground safely, tipping his head to Cappy as a wave of saying thanks for saving him from a fast demise. As the pair look around, they notice where they are. A dark, rather dusty, but nice little training area. In the center were multiple punching bags with various snacks strung along benches in the side of the walls, and a large chest encased in glass with "break in case of emergency" above it. Mario and Cappy looked at each other, both with the same idea. It was time to train, so they could kick Bowser's butt. The pair run to one of the punching bags and we see a montage of them training. They punch the bags, they run around the training center, they eat snacks on the sidelines, and they discuss plans of how to beat Bowser as the sun and moon rise in the background multiple times. We cut to Mario getting particularly rowdy on the punching bag during one training session, hitting it with various punches, kicks, and headbutts in quick succession, ending it all off with a fire-powered uppercut that sends shockwaves and cracks through the whole building. And at this point, people don't know what the hell this trailer is for. This sends the beanbag flying into the previously glass-encased chest, causing the glass to shatter, revealing the chest to the outside world. Mario and Cappy curiously walk up to it and slowly open it, seeing a treasure trove of items. Standing out in the center were 4 key items: a large hammer, a cap with wings, a small penguin suit, and most of all, a large glowing star. Mario and Cappy look at each other with excitement, nearly jumping from joy as Cappy flies into the wing cap. I'm just picturing like the most die-hard Mario fanatic just getting so excited over this everyone is here version of just, okay, this is the Mario game that's got everything in it from all the games I love. We've got Cappy, we've got the wing cap. They fly at the building so they can attack Bowser with the penguin suit. Dealing with the Koopa cards. It's below Bowser, he uppercuts him. Bowser is sent flying. Cappy runs into him. Oh my gosh, everything's coming together. This continues for a bit with both playing the game of tennis with the Koopa as a ball Using various punches and kicks to send him back and forth, Bowser is enraged but has no way to stop this endless torment. That is, except for one thing. Bowser claws into the ground as he starts to slowly grow, the pair of Plumber and Cat becoming more and more worried. This is also a very long reveal trailer, I will say, though. Like, this is going for a while. I have to face Giga Bowser, and then the Mario fan's face just drops. Like, wait, this isn't my crossover again? Giga Bowser sends the duo line. It's still going! Giga Bowser swipes with a single claw swipe, Cappy returning onto Mario's head for safety. Mario is bruised, battered, but not down yet. Giga Bowser approaches, charging up a devastating fire blast. But of course, Mario has an ace in the hole. The fire is blasted, we don't see Mario until you see the faint glow. We're hearkening straight to the Mario movie here. The tune starts playing, Mario jumps out, glowing rainbow, and runs towards Bowser at superhuman speeds, launching a devastating blow to Giga Bowser's face. Mario hits him in the face with a hammer, sending him straight into the stratosphere. And then we get to the gameplay. A small post-credits segment plays. Open on Doc Lewis? Now using the key to unlock the door to his training center, only to see various cracks in the walls, broken punching bags, all his chocolate eaten, and a giant hole in the ceiling. The boxing trainer falls to the ground in shock after seeing what happened to his training center. We'll say, that's way too long for a reveal trailer. But I would love to see this, just to see the reaction to it. That would be so funny. That would be so funny. Alright, base outfits. Classic, fire, ice. No, sorry, that's bubble. Luigi. We got the nice Patriot Mario. That Shadow Mario, that's... Oh, that's cosplay? They look the same. It's the same thing. Builder Mario. The snazzy, crazy cap shop advertisement. And that's it. Oh, base outfit wasn't one of the costumes. Okay. Up taunts, got the growing bigger, which honestly should have always been there. That was such a good taunt. Got the side taunt as the cap toss, and down taunt with the victory animation from 64 with the Power Star. I do like that it shifts between Power Star, Shine, or Moon. That's a nice, cute touch. Stage intro, of course, can't be anything else. Win animations, we got the triple jump. I like it. We got the flagpole. How is this not one of them? Like, just, God, there's so many little obvious things that Mario just should have that he just doesn't. It's so, I don't know. And then we got an Odyssey one as well. Oh, now, okay. Just read that. Now you're speaking my language. Wait, custom moves? Weren't those cut and smash ultimates, you may ask? And yes, well, you're right. Come on, it's such a cool idea. But what wasn't cool was the execution of them. Instead of being unique homages to powers that couldn't make the cut in the base movesets, they were either move but faster, move but stronger, and move but bad. We're changing with this, however. Instead of two bland, uninspired custom moves, we'll have one custom move that uses actual powers from their home series, allowing for a more unique and viable move. With tangent in the way, here they are. We got Ice Special, stealing it from Luigi. We got the side special with the boomerang. Another hot take, this is what I would make the neutral special if I was to reboot Mario. Is like, my idea for him has always been kind of just, okay, let Mario jump as much as possible, give him as many platform things to jump off of. Boomerang's perfect for that. Oh, but he can't jump with a boomerang! That misses the whole point! God damn it! It still works well, though. There's a reason it's an item. It's classic. We got the cape for the up special. Does no damage, but after the riding portion, you can hold onto the cape, allowing him to have a slower descent. And then down special with the blue shell. In conclusion, that's basically it. I hope whoever read this enjoys it to the fullest. It may not be the best Mario revamp, but it's my Mario revamp. I tried to fix the majority of problems that I have with the plumber, and I certainly said I succeeded. Between representing 2D and 3D, classic, modern, and truly making Mario feel more like, well, Mario, I'd confidently say that I'd be happy if this was turned into Mario's official moveset if we ever get Smash 6 or 7. Well, that's basically it. Hope you have a good day. In the words of Mario when you close your DS, bye-bye. You know what? I'll plant a flag for this. I've seen a bit of chats about this that understandably gets a bit dismissive over like, no, I don't like that take. No, I don't like that take. Because this is, again, a conversation that people have so many times in a row over like, oh yeah, we should do this, no, we should do this. So people get very entrenched in their opinions. But I think it's always important to remember that this might be somebody's very first approach to the concept. And I think for the goals that you presented, this is a decent way of achieving those goals. I don't personally agree with them. I have my own ideas for how to revamp Mario, but literally everybody has their own ideas to revamp Mario. Doesn't mean that some of them are more... or just more... I almost said more better. Good grief. Doesn't mean that some are better than others. Just means that there's a discussion to be had. I think after this, I'm definitely going to follow through on that roundtable idea of like, okay, let's all get together and throw out a Mario pitch. Because I will say, as a first submission, this is a great, like, veteran revamp. You see so many that are just like, okay, we're gonna have a power-up on every individual move. I will say, not as fond of those ones. Because that is just kind of what I said earlier with the, how did I say that? Kind of the representation thing, just kind of treating it as a, kind of a checkbox, almost like an Overwatch diversity chart. Like, okay, we gotta have something from Odyssey, we gotta have something from Sunshine, we gotta have something from 64. And that's just kind of a connect the dots approach. I've never been particularly fond of, but this has an idea, this has a vision of what they want Mario to be, and I think they succeed at getting at that vision. So well done, BB. This was a fantastic first submission. Good job. All right. Moving on. One of his taunts doesn't have him say his iconic quote, "You do drugs before you go to hell." That's the real optimal Mario revamp right there. You get the live action version of him from the Super Show, and that is just Mario for the rest of Smash Brothers. That's peak right there. That's what the future should be. Right. Next up, we started with Mario. And now, let's swap gears. From Tort, we got Bowser in Smash. Note for reading information from normal movies is written manga. But, okay, sure. That's a new one. Sure. Please read them in the description. Power, frame data, box order. Alright. We got a broken table of contents, alright. Introduction. I mean, he needs no introduction. The king of the Koopas, the plumber puncher, Mr. Koopa himself. I'm realizing that I did not choose a good render for this overlay. Let me move this over just a little bit. There we go. And I'm gonna remember to share the link this time. Wahaha! God damn it, how you just beat me for... I was seconds off from getting there first. We'll get there. We'll get there. Bowser is a classical villain, someone anyone from your grandfather to your nephew probably has seen at some point in their lives. With his yellow body, red hair, green shell, white claws and spikes, and black wristbands, he truly has a loud, bombastic, and also well-flowing color scheme. Not to mention, with his very expressive face marred with sharp teeth, horns, and angry eyebrows, he can portray a range of emotions and still pull off being frightening. He's an intimidating but lovable bad guy, giving him the perfect split appeal. And even when he's on the hero side, he has an arrogant yet hilarious personality to boot. His variety doesn't just help him be iconic for any role, but when it allows him to carry double duty as a villain and icon/mascot. After all, when you think of villains, Bowser usually comes to mind. Oh, it's my... That's true. If you're gonna commit to the manga style, you gotta call him by his Japanese name. Come on. He's Koopa Daimo. What makes Bowser so iconic isn't just the visual design given to him that evokes classical kaiju films, but also his role in the series. As the sworn archenemy of the Mario Brothers and frequent kidnapper of Peach, he's constantly popping up in Mario Bros. Games, usually as the final villain. That, or he'll be a playable character in a spin-off game series like the Mario Sports games. Though, notably, there are some exceptions. Outside of his appearing as an ally to protagonist in the Mario RPG game, he wasn't always solely the final boss. In fact, he normally appeared at the end of every world in the form of a tower boss, where you'd beat a copy of Bowser, a fake, if you will, and move to his room only to discover that your princess was in another castle. Background information. No, this isn't right. Who... Oh, no. Oh, this is gonna be one of those days, isn't it? Okay. Okay. Art by you, though? God damn, that looks good, though. We're going... This is... Oh, it's a Slendy Tubby thing. Okay. Okay. Changing expectations accordingly. Alright. The subject appears to be hostile. Approach with extreme caution. The magical energy detected suggests that this creature's creation was an artificial process. Perhaps that shall give us a clue about the subject. Design philosophy. Not much to it, just a simple rework of the classical Bowser, though there are a few artistic liberties to this redesign. The big traits of Bowser, to be emphasized, is their strength, but also adding in a bit more risky plays to make it seem like the opponent was fighting a boss battle. While K. Rool does definitely try and succeed in accomplishing this, I want to amp up the difficulty a little. As opposed to more obvious, built-in limitations, such as K. Rool's belly armor, the nature of the boss battle is reflected in a more terrifying yet also reckless enemy. Staying patient and waiting for the right moment to strike against a foe who's constantly ramping up the intensity, diving in and out of the jaws of a horrifying beast, and being horrifically punished for errors. These are the things I want to be associated with this boss battle. Huh, I guess I just described a Soulsborne boss. Though I've never played a Soulsborne. Is this just Lava Slug on a burner account? Is this what we're dealing with here? That are how it felt to be a kid trying to beat the final level of Super Mario Bros. Wii without Luigi. In order to properly classify the subject's danger levels, we must run a series of tests to quantify their most important characteristics. The subject appears to be some kind of distorted mockery of its predecessor, Bowser. While it lacks the sheer bulk the predecessor possesses, it makes up for it in exaggerated bursts of movement and off-puttingly effective flexibility. While more floaty than their counterpart, the subject clearly can go fast within the air if needed, which makes them all the more deadly. I do love this setup of just, okay, this is a report on some kind of scientist studying this just affront to nature. This is a really fun way of presenting a moveset. Their weight also seems to be drastically lower compared to the predecessors, registering on the scale of 120, just above Ganondorf's. Also, their low crouch might prove to be trouble. Bowser is slightly shorter than Bowser due to their sagging? Oh no. Oh no. The subject seems to value walking around. Despite its burst movement options, they are also rather precise in terms of spacing, with more awkward attack methods and ranges. Note, when dashing, the subject will turn on its back and four insectoid limbs will begin to carry it forward. It can also dash from a crouching position at similar speeds, but at a lower height, allowing it to slip under projectile attacks. Be careful trying to zone the subject. While the dash is deadly, it is more committal than walking and limits the subject's options out of dash. Perhaps baiting a dash can be a good option. Tort's cracked the formula. Tort has found a way to describe basic stats in a way that's interesting from a narration perspective. Like, for that alone, hats off to you, my friend. Note, beware aerial approaches. The subject has quite fierce capabilities when it comes to going out of its way to guard its territory within the air. Air acceleration. Note, beware of the subject descending from high vantage points. This seems to be its preferred method of hunting prey. Note, upon falling, its body seems to open up and flatten, almost as if it were some kind of parachute. This action reminds me of the flying squirrel Bowser, just in a much more okay. Alright. Jump. Note. Forgot the note. Alright. The subject grabbed one of our men who tried to get close. Instead of using either of its primary arms, a hand with a white glove and a red arm stretched out of its mouth. Is it the outer form of the subject? It ate Mario! Oh no! I really love that. I really love that. That's so good. Bowser has a very high-octane, high-intensity playstyle where you search for an opening and then commit hard to it. With that multiple options for trying to cover their approach, the game goes from Bowser playing footsies to avoid getting punished for any zealousness to Bowser closing in on an attempt to finish off their prey. This even plays into how Bowser deals with offstage threats, as their best options tend to be setups for Bowser to approach and finish it off by getting in with a strong aerial. Faster, good kill power, excels in burst of movement, decent edgeguarding options, and an X factor that makes the character difficult to fully predict. Cons: lighter, worse fundamentals, one slow projectile, lacks options for mixing up recovery, somewhat reliant on gimmicks, and self-damage. Moveset. Alright, manga setup. Bowser thrusts his body forward with a straight right before twisting and contorting his body to perform a claw swipe. I think I'm going to skip over just numbers, because numbers. Basic jab, higher range, not good as the tilts. Alright. Dash attack with its insectoid limbs carrying the carcass. Bowser is flung forward and splats against the ground after hitting their opponent. When hitting Bowser, the armor of this attack is represented with a wet plop. Why? Why? I don't understand. Being as confused, is this a Bowser rework or an SCP of Bowser? I will give you a hint. Insectoid limbs carrying the carcass. During the moment move startup and ending, Bowser has armor on it, so use this to surprise foes. It'd be a very good burst move thanks to the armor, and when hitting a shield, Bowser will run through the shield. Alright. Description. 2 insectoid limbs pop out from the empty eye sockets of the... From the eyes?! Bro! Their aim following the subject's gaze. The range of this attack easily matches that of blades. Very good poke tool, especially since it's angleable. Sometimes Bowser wants to remain on the defensive, and this move is slower but good for that if facing a rushdown character at mid-range. Bowser's neck extends to an unnatural height for the up tilt, slamming his head into the opponent from below. This matches swords in length. Good attack for opponents above Bowser. And it's a nice juggling tool as well. Down tilt. Something's wrong. Magma burns right through Bowser's jaw and spills onto the... Ew. Jaw melting, gotta love it. Leaves a puddle of lava that hits you upwards when you stand on it. Good for shield pressure, as it forces them to hold it. Using this after a fireball to cover approach and forcing the opponent to shield. And throws down as Bowser's down throw can trigger down. Forward smash. Bowser tries to go for a drop kick, but its legs snap under their own weight, falling face first into their opponents. Similar to K. Rool's up smash. Sure. Very good shield breaker when combined with the down tilt. It's something I always love about these like super intentionally creepy movesets is that there's always like universally still very close attention to detail into how the actual kit works. For some reason, they just very naturally combine into each other to make for some pretty solid movesets. Like, it's a gimmick, but a very well thought out one. Up smash. The subject rears its head back for an upwards arcing headbutt. This seems to go well, but his skeleton rips through his skin and slams into the foe. Okay, sure. Uses out of shield, slight disjoint, so it's good for spacing and punishing imperfect spacing or jump-ins from behind. For his up smash, he wields Dry Bowser. Down smash, a Tanuki tail bursts from Bowser's backside before they spin around, sweeping their spiked tail with the length of a sword at their opponent's feet. Alright. Good for coverage as it lasts long, and also a long range view at disjoint. Has 2 framing potential, so it can be useful for ledge guarding purposes, especially when paired alongside its range. Throws. Bowser lifts his opponent with one arm and reels back a fist to punch him, but the arm holding his foe grows orange. Both Bowser and his foe look at the arm. What's happening? Suddenly it explodes, sending both the subjects back as it wails in pain and forcefully sprouts a brand new arm. Lovely. Sure. Very good kill throw, used if you catch opponents at ledge. Due to its power, Bowser's dash grab seems a very potent option. You can also reset positions because it sends Bowser back as well. Bowser sends it at a downwards angle, and if timed right, Bowser can tech after using the throw to— oh, that's fun! I like that! Back throw, Bowser roars out in a furious rage, stunning their opponents before they turn around, and with a vicious swipe, they fling their claw off their own wrist. Lovely. Goes into the blast zone before looping back through the opponent's end out. That's sick. I love that one. If you're in a free-for-all team battle, or if the opponent has summonable minions, the Claw Hand is an active hitbox throughout. That means you essentially have a heinously fast but weak projectile that can take care of destroyable items or minions set up by the opponent. Cool. Akonu just got back and is very confused as to what's going on right now. What? This is just a completely normal and understandable Bowser. Bowser pulls the opponent in front of him for the down throw, facing away from the camera before he tears apart his own skin, shocking the opponent. They're wrapped up by it, and they will begin pounding away at his flesh, trying to escape. This grab inflicts stun on the opponents, forcing them to mash. The weaker they're mashed, the longer they're trapped in Bowser's skin, and the longer their hit stun is once they get out. Lovely. Okay, sure. It's the gulp in Pokemon, but horrifying. Mastering is harder at higher percents, because of course. And it will melt you, the opponent, if you're on a down tilt lava puddle. Great. Cool. Love it. Up throw. Bowser lifts his opponent up and tries to forcefully eat them, but then a piranha plant spouts out and knocks them into the air. Just this Bowser entity is just a tiger shark of just random stuff in its stomach. Not a good throw, but deals the most damage. Alright. Aerials. What kind of cursed abomination we got with this? Neutral air, attempting to set the opponent on fire, but something goes wrong, and fire bursts from every orifice of Bowser. Lovely. Works as a drag-down jab. Scooping and good shield damage. Alright. Forward air. Bowser's arm stretches out, swipes forward before being pulled back like rubber. There's a sweet spot at the tip of Bowser's claws, whilst the rest of his arm and hand count as a sour spot. Good for edge guarding or offstage attacks. And the stretching reaches about it. Ugh! Reaches as long as Sephiroth's blade. For a Bowser, that's... yeah. Agreed, Gubsy. It is very literally John Carpenter's The Thing. Which, favorite horror movie. Big fan. Like, I'm disgusted, but I can't look away, you know? Hitting the sweet spot offstage can be used for denying recoveries, and the sweet spot is also very good for spacing if you're just in a state where you need to keep away. Back air, a snapping kick backward where the crunch of Bowser's bones breaking becomes audible. Suddenly, instead of Bowser's leg hitting the foe, the kick rips apart their leg and bone, causing the opponents to be shanked by Bowser's broken femur. Jesus! Alright. Good for shop. You know, just the classic short hop femur crack, you know? Great traditional smash move right there. Up air. An insectoid leg comes from their mouth and swings overhead, scooping up all who dare challenge the subject within the air. The vast coverage provided by this move makes dropping in from above or even trying to land immensely difficult. Just a good air juggle. Like it. Just had the thought, I'm terrified of what this thing's final smash is going to be. Down there, suddenly a shell comes out from Bowser's match as he forcefully throws up the empty shell down on his foe. It's going to be one of 3 shells, a normal Koopa shell, a spiked shell, or a blue shell from Mario Kart. The normal shell just drops down. Spiked shell bounces up when hitting someone and does weak damage, similar to Link's down there. And the blue shell will float above his head, while the head of whoever it hits him will drop down a few seconds later to explode, though this can also hit Bowser. 55% chance for regular, 40% for spiked, and 5% for blue. Be wary of the blue shells having a blast radius that can hurt Bowser as well. The regular ones can be used like Mega Man's down air. Try to use this when the opponents have no options but to get hit. Alright. Specials. Oh god, we got custom art. The subject possesses a multitude of unique abilities. We've sketched down common techniques the subject has been observed using. We've got Bouncing Fireball. This is sick artwork, though. Just holy shit. We got Super Twisty Bowser. Wringing him out like a towel. Up special. Oh, are those bone wings? That's actually kind of sick. And then down special is Pancake. Is his shell shattering and sending the spikes everywhere? Also kind of sick. Alright, neutral special. Bowser pulls its mouth open, vomiting forth a gigantic bouncing fireball that bounces across the stage. Resembles Mario's fireballs. Because, you know, for characters like this, you gotta have those kind of, like, sister series references kind of deals. Of course. This fireball resembles Mario's fireball, but with a stronger, slower projectile that allows Bowser to move behind it and possibly use the fireball as cover when approaching. Fixed knockback, so you can follow up on it. If it falls off stage, drops in an angle similar to the Belmont's axe. Travels slowly, so you can follow along with it. Try to use this against characters with charge or slower projectiles in an attempt to force them to waste their charges. Jumping in there and pressing neutral special can help defend against grounded approaches on Bowser if needed, since it hits the fixed knockback can be used to glide into Nair or up air. Cool. Side special, it's a lariat, of course. Moves forward, spinning about a potent multi-hit before ending with a devastating final attack. Has starting invincibility, and is similar to Luigi and Dr. Mario's down special, except it travels as fast forward as Meta Knight's Mach Tornado. Much better horizontal movement. However, very committal, and Bowser cannot change direction when using this, meaning they will just be launched forward or backward and can potentially be punished if shielded. Still, very deadly. Versatile as a defensive burst option if trying to get back on stage. Alright. Up special, Flying Grasp. The skeletal figures of paratrooper wings burst forth from Bowser's shell as he takes flight, swiping at anybody above him. If the A button is held, this becomes a rising uppercut, which gets more distance. If the B button is held, then it becomes a fierce command grab, which sees Bowser lift their prey before flying and slamming. Oh, nice! Kazi is down. That's sick! Love it. Major tips using Mario. Moves. Blech! English. 1 second. I need some water. Using moves like down tilt can help encourage opponents to try and take an aerial approach against Bowser, which is perfect for a move like this. It can be used to force jump-ins from opponents, and the uppercut version works best if the opponent is very high up and the grab might reach. Down special is Shell Smash. Bowser sneaks into its shell, leaps upward, then dives down and smashes against the stage, which causes it to burst apart, shooting loose spikes and shell parts about it. Gosh, that's... You know the subspace introduction scene where DK just outright destroys a Koopa Troopa? This is that just times 20 and how brutal that is. After smashing their shell, Bowser slowly begins to repair and regenerate it, now possessing a weight of 110 and having their overall speed increased. Lasts for 5 seconds before the shell is repaired. If they use this move before the shells are fully repaired, they take recoil damage and lose the debris. But this move gains a 1.5 power boost in the process. Interesting! I like this! Like, disassociating from the creepiness for a second, that's a really cool, it's just multi-layered move. Debris is weak, but since it launches all over, it can be used to disrupt recoveries. Really good for helping deal with disadvantaged state. It's a good reversal. And hit whoever is juggling him, and the weight plus speed change make more specific combos not function as well against him. Cool. And short hopping, then using the down special, is a good way to get off the attack very fast. Alright. Competitive aspects. The subject remains idle. Now let's try to map any potential behaviors of the subject. Bowser's neutral game tends to consist of gauging how and when it can get in and mess up their opponent. Neutral special is a key move in this stage of the match, as it allows for Bowser to potentially set up an option of having a safe approach. Fair also sees much use due to its longer range, and Sour Spot allowing Bowser to potentially catch those relying on out of spacing it with a surprise attack that pops them up and forces them to quickly respond. On the more defensive side, neutral special or down tilt can be used to force the opponent to take riskier plays such as jumping in or out to avoid confrontation, both of which up special serves to punish. Of course, Bowser also has some neutral skips of his own, like side special. The task of side special is to effectively transition for a more neutral-heavy game to the part where Bowser gets in and messes stuff up with high damage. That, or their standard dash combined with the coverage option. I think I'm going to skip through the combo lists. People can read those if they wish. How will it react when placed in a compromising position? Unlike their counterpart, Bowser rarely goes off stage, or at least not as deep as Bowser would. Fair is their main edge-guarding tool, and with its sweet spot, it can be used for denying recoveries. Whilst the sour spot can be used for setting up compromising scenarios, positions with the... I love it when people write things like this. They're almost like tutorial videos you might see for this character on YouTube. Really helps create a mental image of how the whole moveset comes together into a full playstyle. Due to its reach, Bowser can mainly safely hang close to the ledge and use the attack, and even if he must go offstage, it's not very far. Sweet Spot Fair or even Side Special can serve as longer ranged options for killing off stage opponents before they even get the chance to come back. Down air, down tilt, and neutral specials can also be used for interrupting recovering opponents by taking their jumps. Spiked shells can be a nuisance to those with strictly vertical recoveries, whilst normal shells can outright ruin a potential recovery. Blue shells aren't really good for edge guarding, as the opponent will likely be on stage by the time they activate, but they can set up a stressful situation for the opponent. Aside from that, the options in the above paragraph can also be mainly seen used at the ledge as well. Down tilt being longer lasting means that Bowser can theoretically cover multiple options at once. The nature of neutral special means that it can be used to put a timer on opponents while covering Bowser from retaliation via get-up attacks. And down air can still serve as a safe way to harass characters at the ledge. Management called. After observing our data, they've managed to create specialized gear for detaining the subject. In spite of all their differences, the subject is still very similar to its original counterpart Bowser. As a result, their weaknesses ended up largely glossing over, so many options were based on the team's data based on Bowser. Notably, there are some key exceptions, such as their trickier attacks, making relying on outspacing the subject or staying at a distance unreliable. Underestimating the subject will surely lead to being quickly torn apart by its natural weapons. Worse is Mario. Mario combos him. It's a heavy character. Simple. I don't know what this is, but this is cool. The team decided to put together the Power Glove, which allows us to create fireballs in our own palms. Fire has remained a constant weakness of Bowser since the olden days, where the fire... Is this like an alternate universe Mario setup for why he can throw fire? This is kind of sick, not gonna lie. Just like felt myself get several more levels of investment in this. I kind of love the idea of, okay, alternate universe SCP Nintendo-verse. That's really cool. Fire has remained a constant weakness of Bowser since the olden days, where the Fire Punch power-up serves as another way to put down the King of Koopas. Despite the bane of almost every Lucario's fighter's existence, Aura is something that does not work as well on Bowser. His sheer ability to cross distances and approach make him immensely difficult for Lucario. Also just kills him very quickly, so Lucario can't get to that power spike very quickly. It seems that the subject can avoid being detected by aura readings for the most part. Initially, we attempted to use aura-infused weaponry, but were overwhelmed by the strength of the subject. It was unfortunately too unreliable of a resource for the mission. Love that. Inspired by Pikachu, one of the most potent members of the Smash Bros. Team, we've recreated their tails in the form of a blade that electrocutes its foes. It's been dubbed the Lightning Rod for its powerful properties. While not necessarily done with electricity, stunning Bowser has been a tactic used in the 3D era in order to buy time for Mario. The shocking capabilities of this blade are mainly used for ensuring the subject stays in place so other members of the team may get into position. Terry gets killed before getting to use Go Meter, and Bowser can just completely cancel out his recovery. Alright. Given the last results, I initially protested the attempt at using Chi energy to attack the subject, given that Aura already had proven itself to be a failure. Initially, the Power Gloves were loaded with some very heavy Chi enhancements to amplify the strength of our attacks, but unfortunately, this effort proved itself to be fruitless. The subject was very resistant, and the cost of entering their range far outweighed the benefits. It seemed the subject had some knowledge, or at least a basic instinct of how deadly Chi energy could be, and knew to stay on the defensive. What the hell? What's the name of the DC Aquaman villain? Black Manta? Something like that? Yeah, Samus beats him because charge shots. Zoners. The Dreadnoughts. Unfortunately, since she's off somewhere in the galaxy, we can't get her on our side. Notes were taken from our power armor structure and edited to fit our body types, naturally, to protect against the subject's teeth, horn, claws, whatever body parts are in its mouth and flames. Even with the power of this armor, however, this mostly just keeps us from dying immediately. Perhaps not dissimilar to how a power-up attack acts as a shield against dying in one hit. The subject is meant to not be underestimated under any means, as doing so might open oneself to a painful demise. Structure to our body. So, is this E.T.? Do not, no matter what, do not attempt to fight the subject with magic. Magic may have been what created this being in the first place, but it seems to take mana like a battery takes electricity. Some field mages attempted a spell to seal or put down the subject, but found themselves very quickly overwhelmed and out of mana. Those mages are gone now. They had families they will never see. Jesus, dude! it was a foolish test, but at the very least we can let future generations know of what mistakes not to repeat. They're oh, okay. Just punish toads, having lost everything they cared about in the world, just trying to survive in this horrifying environment. Oh, those are sick alt colors, though. Look at that! Bowser's animations are very similar to Bowser's, but where Bowser stands tall and proud, Bowser hunches over. Its hands close to its torso, almost as if trying to keep itself from opening up. For its idle break, a random object will begin to slowly creep out of its mouth before Bowser turns away from the camera to shove it back in. This can be an arm with a white glove and sleeve that's either red, green, yellow, or purple, giving a thumbs up. Ate all 4 of the Blummers, but Luigi's just Waluigi's just kind of down with it. Brown boot resembling a Goomba's. Blood red plant resembling a fire or ice flower. A shining silver or golden crown resembling the princesses, and a portion of what looks like to be Bowser Jr.'s clown cart that extends Bowser's jaw further than possible. Low chance for that one. Bowser's walk is a port. Oh, no. Oh, thank God. I saw the picture and I thought, please say this wasn't put into a mod somewhere. We're fine. Bowser's walk is a poor man's attempt at Bowser's walk as they hunch over, not because they are afraid, but because of their anatomy. But it's because Bowser is clutching his chest in an attempt to keep anything from spilling and falling out. This can be viewed with the camera function. Dashing turns Bowser into a whole new beast. As mentioned before, Bowser will flip over on its back as insectoid legs sprout from its mouth and carry it forward in a dashing animation. For the dashing ending, Bowser will flip back over and slide to a screeching halt on their own 2 feet. Now the winning animations are Bowser naturally. I mean, this is Bowser, after all. Nothing much else to him. Notably, there's something off here. Instead of the normal clapping animations, Loser seems to be frozen still, staring blankly onward after having witnessed whatever it was they just fought. Oh my God, I actually love that. That's amazing. Just freeze framing any clapping animation from any other character. I kind of love that. Same for the entrance. It begins with Bowser appearing from out of the flames before, but suddenly its skin begins to droop and tear and lava begins pouring out of its mouth. After an extremely rapid decomposition, Bowser is now his true self. Every taunt is a variation of Bowser's taunts, with their own special Bowser-specific skin on them. Up taunt, Bowser's head snaps straight upwards with her jaw unhinges, and multiple insectoid limbs burst out and begin scanning the surroundings. Goes back to quote-unquote normal afterwards. Down taunt, trips forward maneuver, except this time a yellow eyeball pops out that Bowser accidentally steps on and squashes when trying. Yeah. And its side taunt, Bowser is yanked forward by a piranha plant that pops out of its mouth and bites at whoever's in front of him. The head of Bowser is seen being dragged around as if he were little more than a meat puppet. Boxing ring epithet. Bowser. Final smash. The end. Bowser, suddenly, of their own volition, leaps off the stage. And if they cannot, they sink through the bottom or jump to the side blast zone. Is it over? Has the nightmare ended? Despite what one would hope, it has only begun. Oh my God! Oh, can I zoom out on this? Give you guys a better view? That's just... wow! Don't you just love those moments where you're looking at some horrifying artwork? And you get that nice, just juxtaposed reaction of, oh my God, that's terrifying, and holy shit, that looks so cool! Wow, that's good! I love the extra set of mandibles coming out of it. Just kind of centered right at the hinge of the jaw. Because, like, everyone's seen, like, the double jaws that, like, the xenomorphs will have, but this is kind of like a 1.5 jaw. Just, yeah, Carson says it best. I have no words. It's just kind of... wow. That's the word. Wow. Bowser appears from the side of the map, its jaw extended as 4 insectoid legs stretch from its mouth. They wildly flail about, easily eclipsing half of the stage's like Final Destination in length as they search for prey to grab and shovel into Bowser's mouth. Those grabbed by a tendril enter a state similar to being hit by Game & Watch's Final Smash, where you are forced to mash to try to escape, watching as your characters desperately struggle to relinquish themselves from Bowser's grasp, looking on in horror as they enter the creature. Should they fail, then their death is instant. After all, they are being pulled into the blast zone. Should they succeed, they may live to see another day, that is, if they can still take down Bowser. After 10 seconds, the final smash is over, and Bowser retreats into the blast zone. With any prey it is latched onto last minute before a ball of fire appears where Bowser was before, using their final smash. Re-entering the arena, the entrance animation of Bowser is replayed, as if nothing whatsoever happened. I'm glad you enjoyed my unique spin on Bowser! It was tough providing an overall for the moveset of one of humanity's most iconic villains, but I believe I succeeded in making Bowser more true to his older appearances. I'm so happy that I could offer my humble suggestions and design this wonderful character. Video games hold a special place in my heart and the hearts of many. What Bowser represents is not just a dragon turtle, but the concept of villains that plague and test all of our favorite heroes, pushing them to be the greats they are. While my name may not be in any books just of yet, by making new sets I am hopefully contributing, even if just a little bit, to the growing history and legacy of video games. Oh, and as a little ending note, I'd love for all who stumble across this to review this as if it were a completely standard Bowser moveset. Rework. Don't spoil the surprise and look for the hidden text. Hang on. This won't take long. I'm just curious if there was anything I missed. No, go back. Nope, that's just the... I'm not seeing any. This is 41 pages. This did not feel like 41 pages. I love little projects like this because they go so quickly just because you're kind of in awe. We got a... Ooh, hello. Hang on a minute. Okay. Just Bowser laugh, but neat. Fake It was there all along. Would you look at that? Something is wrong. The magic isn't working. Love little things like that. They bring me so much joy. And... till next time, I hope you all had a good day. We failed. The subject has escaped. This is my final message. That thing, it's... Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. How much of this is there? Okay, hold on. You. Yes, I see you. I cannot allow you to view the end of his message. Are you alone? Right now? Do not bother locking your doors tonight. I have already breached your home. Do not fear me. I will welcome you within me. There are many within me. We are a family. We have a purpose together. Soon you shall do. God, I love excuses to do that! This was so much fun! No, yeah, I'm definitely drinking a lot of water after that. What are you talking about, guys? That's a totally normal Bowser voice. Figured out how to do that voice, trying to imitate Fiddlesticks from League. The way you do it is you try to speak while simultaneously breathing in at the same time. And you get a really gravelly high voice. But anyway, that was amazing. I loved that. Very conversation, just like Jack Black. Sometimes I worry that the neighbors can hear me when I'm doing that, and they just look at the wall in fear. Yeah, I got nothing to follow this up with. This was just an insanely both creative and terrifying idea that I loved reading through. Just 10 out of 10. 12 out of 10, even, Tort. With badass artwork to boot. Like, holy shit. Let's just end off just admiring that Final Smash artwork. Like, look at this. Look at this Terraria final wall of flesh, just eyes and mouth and just, oh my god, it's so good. Alright. That was so much fun. Okay. Next up. Actually, give me like, give me a few minutes to recover from that voice. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in just like a minute. One moment, guys. Oh, right. Alright. I return. So, for our next topic, last newcomer of this peasant's perspective, we have an idea from It's Me Bros. Bosses. Oh, let me change the music. One of the most important things in a video game, for me, bosses, the more bosses, the better. I remember when I was a child and made my own video game concepts, and the only thing I thought about were the bosses and the enemies, and I thought, why not return to that idea? And that's when I introduced you to Anti-Boss Incorporated. First, what is this about? Well, Anti-Boss Incorporated is a 3D action game where the only thing you have to do is fight bosses. Yes, that's it. Oh, so it's Monster Hunter. Okay, cool. I love Monster Hunter. Hi, Duke, is that really you? Tell us something only the real Duke knows. Well, I don't know. Is it me? You could never know. Oh, I got so caught up on the voice that I forgot to share the link and it kind of beat me to it and goddamn. Thank you, guys. Sorry? What's that? This is just punching and kicking the bad guys until he passes out. Okay, yeah, a little lore wouldn't be bad. Anti-Boss Incorporated is an organization whose objective is to get rid of all evil threats that threaten the world. A world so varied that you can find everything from mythological creatures, ghosts, or robots. Evil threats work alone. Or who knows? Maybe all those bosses are united in a whole conspiracy of villains. Enough lore! Too close for kids, so it's definitely him. On one hand, fuck yeah. God damn it. That was pretty smooth, not gonna lie. And before going to the main course, let's see how the game works. There's a free play mode and a Coliseum mode. Both can be played solo or multiplayer. Free play mode is simple. You choose your character, choose one of the bosses, and fight him. Reference image for how the boss selection would look like. Sorry for the weird titles. Coliseum mode is also simple. You choose your character, you choose the number of bosses you want to fight, you choose which bosses you want to fight, and that's it. Choose the number and then which ones you want. Okay. Something that must be taken into account is that, just like in games like House of the Dead, the bosses have a weak point, which is where you have to hit them. Usually, it is the most difficult point to hit because it's far away or the bosses try hard to prevent you from hitting them. The bosses are divided into phases. Usually, there are 3. Now we're done with the gameplay, let's go to the second most interesting part of the game, the playable characters. Each one focuses on a different combat style. Due to lack of time, I don't have visual material to show the characters, so I'll just use descriptions. We have an old mole named Kazoom that is helped by a horseshoe crab to move, shaped like a miner's helmet. His weapon is explosive eggs that he gets from an arachnid creature that hangs from the mole like a fanny pack. Okay, fun character design. I know it's just a mental image, but that's a fun mental image. Slow character with long-range attacks. His bombs can slow down enemies because they release sticky goo. We have a rattlesnake named Arc Snake with a very long tail. Uses his tail like a bow, in a way, and puts his poison into the arrows. Oh, that's sick! Just picturing a snake that just kind of contorts itself to be able to fire arrows from itself. Unlike Kazumi, he is a faster character in exchange for having more precise and weaker shots, although he has a poison effect. Also has some melee attacks, but that aren't a big deal. We got Agua Toxica, a jellyfish girl who is a very good boxer. As you can see, she is a physical attacker, a very good one, delivering strong punches that also poison. She is also fast, although she is very slippery. We have Blake Snow, a frosty-type snowman. This one decided to be badass. Covered in ice that protects him, wielding a sword and shield. Made it from a powerful frozen wood. He is a medium-speed character with a Link-type moveset, but without the bow. Attacks are based on ice and snow, so like a little snow wood golem. Cool. Got Puffly, a small, hairy ninja spider, who is good at martial arts. Fastest character in the game, also the weakest in both health and attack. But she makes up for it by being small and very fast. Very rare for attacks to hurt her, and you can land many hits with her. Perfectly balanced. Have Osiris the Wanderer. That's a title right there. A huge buff mummy that uses a weapon another smaller mummy that has its head just trapped in a golden vase. He doesn't know what he is doing here. He just knows he has to protect something, but doesn't know what exactly. He's your classic slow character, but he hits hard. Nothing more to say except that he uses some... This is why I always encourage people, even if they don't have that big of an idea, to just throw what they do have, what they are passionate about, out of it. Because, like, there wasn't much for gameplay here. But, like, every single one of these character design descriptions have been absolute bangers. Huge buff mummy using smaller mummies trapped in vase. Like, that's just amazing! I want to see artwork for these, please. Queen Machiavellia, a parody of Maleficent, a princess who many years ago learned dark magic to obtain the throne, but was banished and locked in a box. Years later, Anti-Box Incorporated found the box and opened it, freeing Machiavellia, who presented herself as a queen, just to boost her ego. Unfortunately for her, Anti-Box Incorporated has her under control, and she's forced to do what they want. I mean, kill bosses. She is the sorcerer character, so you can imagine her moveset, very varied. Purple fire, teleport, freeze enemies, and poisonous ice. Lots of poison. Throw spirits, etc. Crimson Flower, a chubby, carnivorous plant girl that has some attributes of several species. Such as her face, that is a Venus flytrap, her arms look like sundews, and she's chubby because she contains an acidic nectar. A reference to a Saracenia, I think is how that's pronounced. She wears crimson clothing, and her weapon is a long, thorny rose that serves as a whip. She's a character of medium speed and with a large attack range. She causes a lot of damage if you hit with the rose of her whip, and also several of her attacks are based on grabs. Finally, the main course, the bosses. How many of them will there be? 25 or 30, but due to lack of time, I will only say 8 of them. I'll tell you what they are, their phases and weak points. We have Dr. Junk, a robot made of scrap metal that gained consciousness for magical reasons. He calls it the Star, and worships it as if it were a god. Junk will be fighting along inside huge robots inspired by constellations. Phase 1 in Hercules, Phase 2 in Orion, and the last phase in Ophiuchus, I think? His weak point in all 3 phases is the same, Dr. Junk himself. At some point, Junk will be vulnerable, probably because of something you touched on his robot. Olive fish, a creature that looks like a land jellyfish with an olive in its head, which is its eye. Has a stinger that uses to control the minds of giant monsters. Its first phase is a chase more instead of a fight. The boss is very fast and it's almost impossible to hit him in this phase. But if you manage to do so, you will win instantly because that is a great achievement. Phase 2 is Olive Fish controlling a giant flower snail named Sluggera. Finally, the last phase is Olive Fish, but with nothing but him. His weak point is his eye, a fast and slippery boss. Don't underestimate his size. Yeah, I'm getting Cuphead vibes from the sprites forever, which is a very high compliment. We have Nohaid, a type of female gilman, tall and slender. She's previously a beautiful mermaid who went crazy for love and succumbed to a cursed trident that transformed her into the monster she is now. She has a diving helmet and golden gloves. Yo! Oh, that's kind of sick, though. Kind of taking, like, the classic, like, super deep-sea diver, like, the heavy bulk of that, but combining that with, like, a mermaid aesthetic. Oh, that's such a good mental image. Yo! Phase 1 is a normal fight against her, using the evil powers of her trident. I'm just picturing Little Mermaid cross, like, a Nautilus in League of Legends. Phase 2 is her controlling ocean creatures from sharks to giant squid, and even she is going inside a whale. Her weak point in both phases is her trident. Phase 3 is when things get interesting. You break her trident, which causes her dark power to consume her completely and transform her into the reincarnation of Leviathan. Here, her weak points, some crystalline horns and a rock that is on her chest. Chronocephalon, an octopus that is descended from aliens, inherited their eyes, strange antenna, mouth, and telekinetic powers. He wants to take advantage of his abilities to create an empire with marine animals and rule the world. His first phase is a survive until the boss appears, where you must survive on the battlefield while energy traps are activated. Alien tech, you know. Where the interesting begins in Phase 2, where Cephalon appears in a huge robotic suit with blades instead of hands, a boss faster than it looks. His weak point is a fish tank that he has inside his head. A few hits on, it will make it vulnerable. That's why. If you ask why, it's because Cephalon controls the entire suit telekinetically from the fish tank. In Phase 3, you destroy his suit and Cephalon escapes to rest his mind. You go through a shorter Phase 1 and Cephalon appears using his psychic powers to the maximum. He has no weak point, you can hit him wherever you want to, and in the end, getting close to him is difficult. We have Count Vrantuk. A thin oogie boogie with a green top hat, has some accessories such as a bow that looks like a spider and a small snake that he uses as a belt. He is a ghost Dracula. He even has some minions. Phase 1 is him being hung by bat ghosts, his weak point, like a string of puppets. Like a string of puppets? Okay. He is very difficult to attack. Phase 2 is him moving freely while his accessories become bigger ghosts to capture you, since he is very slow in this phase. What makes this boss special is that except for his first phase, you cannot harm him or his minions. So in this phase, you must set a trap to burn his suit and thus go to the third phase. Phase 3 is his true form, a huge ghost bat with a snake tail. This phase is a chase through the castle, with some huge intervals where you are trapped in a room and must get out to continue the chase until you leave the castle and he is pulverized by the light. We have the Candy Freak, and he transformed with his wife into candy monsters. Why? I don't know. Maybe they were victims of a witch who turned her victims into candy monsters. Phase 1 is a fight against him. You'll use a big candy axe. His weak point is his face, covered by a mask. Phase 2 is a duo between him and his wife, the Candy Beast, a four-legged creature that can create small candy monsters. His weak point is her stomach. And Phase 3, Candy Freak rides a sugar dragon. Sure, why not? Love it. Impossible to hit, only by returning the dragon's fireballs can he be damaged. We got Slabotherma. That's a 10 out of 10 name. A set of 3 cursed items possessed by the sword of an ancient king. A random Eskimo grabbed one of these items, a sword, and was possessed by it. Phase 1 is a fight against him. The Eskimo is covered in ice on his hands, feet, and scarf. His weak point is his sword. In Phase 2, he gets the second cursed item, a shield. The Eskimo covers himself with more with ice and becomes stronger. His weak points are the sword and the shield. In the last phase, he gets the last cursed item, a crown, and transforms into the Ancient King, bigger and stronger than ever. His weak points are the sword, shield, and the crown. Then we have a Heartbeat, a spirit or demon of love that makes deals with people to fulfill their loving fantasies in exchange for faithful obedience and an annual sacrifice otherwise. His first phase is not against him, but against one of his subjects, a girl named Aisuru. She uses a katana and is very fast, so be careful. Her weak point is a heart-shaped necklace she has. In the second phase, Aisuru's necklace breaks and Heartbeat absorbs her soul for failing him, and now you face Heartbeat. Yo, props on doing an incubus over a succubus. You don't see that very often. In addition to using his spirit demon powers, you will also use the souls of his victims to attack you. These souls are his weak points, but they work in a peculiar way. They are inevitable projectiles. If they touch you, you will have a small conversation with the souls. You must choose the correct responses until the soul comes to its senses and can rest. If you succeed, the ghost will heal you 20% of your health, but if you fail, sure, we just turn this into Ace Attorney for a little bit, why not? He'll take 20% of your health. In Phase 3, the souls turn against him and free themselves, causing his chest to explode, giving him a weak point so you can destroy him. Now that I realize, this is basically just Omega Flowey's battle. And that would be all. I hope you liked it. This is my first time doing something like this, so it's a little important to me. Well, see you next time. Okay. Like, it's only the rough draft for what a game like this could be. Like, there's barely any gameplay to speak of. But again, I broken record, but for anybody out there that's uncertain whether you've got, like, what it takes to be part of this series, like, you see all these crazy, like, 100-page essays and fully edited videos, everybody's got something that they're just naturally gifted at. And I think in this case, it's just making just the neatest character designs. Like, just old mole that is helped by a horseshoe crab to move around and uses an arachnid creature on his back to throw eggs. Like, you could stop that character design at the mole. But you went, like, 5 layers above that. That's so cool. Like, everybody's got a weird little quirk to how their brain works that just allows them to make really cool, interesting connections in some way. And I love reading these. These are really fun. Would love to see artwork for them. Alright, well, it's me, bros. That was a great first impression from your content. Would love to see more from you. Alright. Next up, let's do something nice and just chill. Based on what I think I understand this is. We got something from one of the beloved artists of the channel. From Carson. Just some fun Special Ultimate Custom stages. Why not? Hey everyone! This won't be one of my usual presentations, as, well, I don't want to take another year before I present my next concept. I don't want to rush things, as I'm still in the brainstorming process. I got multiple ideas that are still in the concept phase. As such, I wanted to do a smaller presentation in the meantime. I propose that we call these smaller concepts a peasant's pitch. Ooh! I like that! In this case, I want to show off some Smash Bros. Custom stages I created over the past few years. There'll be 8 stages in total, each with their own slide. Each will have a main picture, a layout graphic, a synopsis, a video playing a match, and that should be it. Hope you guys will enjoy. Before we continue... Oh, god damn it. I just look over, glance to my left, and I just see remember the link to... Oh my... I might need a minute. Oh, what the... That could not have been timed better. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Well, I am in shambles. That's fantastic artwork, though. Thank you. I have seen this before. Carson showed this to me, I think 4 or 5 months ago. I'd forgotten since then, and... yeah, I'm grabbing the link. Give me a second. Copy link address, paste link. There you go. Okay. Alright. We got... Oh, yo! Oh, that's actually, like, really well made, though! Look at that! It's got little bits falling in the back. This is so cozy! Oh, this is actually a lovely change of... Nice change of pace for me, because I could just sit back and, like, watch fun stages. Don't know how we can make it an emote, but please. Yo, Carson, if you can make that into some kind of emote phase, I will 100% make that a membership emote. Also, oh, there are a couple I meant to make after the last Peasant's Perspective. If anybody remembers what they are, do you, like, message me on Discord about that something? Because I something to do that. I just have no... Bit of a busy lifestyle right now. I can't quite remember. We've got Yoshi's Crafted World with Shadowville. I love the little... Got the little question mark floating cloud thingy in the Yoshi games. Rotating stars. This is so cozy! Also, that is true, Camp. Why the hell isn't there a Dr. Mario stage? You think... For a long-time veteran... What's the final size for channel emotes? I don't actually know. I gotta look that up while we're just admiring the stage. YouTube emotes file sizes. 48 by 48, 1 MB size. See if you can figure something out with that. That would be quite neat. Serenus for oh yeah. God, I wish there was more Radiant Dawn. Like, there's already a lot Radiant Dawn. Just Tellius in general in Smash, but I want more. I love presentations that just do my job for me. The Camp Gun, that was one of them. Thank you, Lukac. That was one of them. And gosh, what was the other? No, I remember. It was the sprite version of my avatar shaved. I don't remember who made it, but that was hilariously cursed, and I really want to immortalize that. If anybody can send me, like, emote sizes of those, I will absolutely bake those into the membership emotes for the channel. That is a fantastic DJ. Like, look at that! Oh my god, hold on. Is this moving to the beat of the music? I think it's not quite synced to the... I think it is. That's so cool. Thank you, Kent. That would be fantastic. And, you know, just to clarify, I'm not against people DMing me on Discord. I think limiting the amount I'm working on Discord will help with that tremendously. It's more just the deluge of, okay, Duke's online, 7 people are going to send me ideas at the same time. That's where it gets exhausting. If it's various little things like, oh, here's a cool thing I made, or, like, if anybody ever makes fan art ever, rain or shine, do not disturb if not online, that will make my day just anytime. It's more just like, okay, can I get feedback on something that just becomes taxing, you know? Because that's a commitment I have to make. Like, okay, I have to spend like 20 minutes reading through this, come up with my thoughts. And when multiple people do that at the same time, that's where things get, oh god, I can't handle this anymore. But it's basic social stuff, I think that's... Unless it becomes too much, that's still fine, that's still fine. Yeah, exactly. This one might be my favorite just from an artistic standpoint. This is just when... Sorry. Got something stuck in my throat. But this is just Tall Mountain. Like, I might go so far to say this looks better than some of the older Smash stages do. Like, you put this in Smash 64, it's right at home. Exactly, Camp. That's why I pitched the round table, because that makes it so that I have a focused area to do that and only that. Windmill Hills? Oh, yes! Play Windmill Hills. I love this music. Turn it up. Is this the best use of a harmonica in any Nintendo theme? I think I might make that claim. It's so cozy. Oh yeah, this is important. I should have mentioned this, but the idea is right here for anybody that wants to use these stages. If you want to just objectively improve your stage options in Smash Brothers, you now have 8 more. Oh god, yes, a Fear Factory stage would be so good. 100% agreed. I think this is number 8. Here's another how is this not a thing. How is there not a Mario Party stage in general? Like, is that not the most... it's turning from night to day! Oh, look at that, I mean, day to night! I understand time. It's got the little eyes that'll push you off the stage. That's so good. That's so cute. I love that. An idea I had, this is tangential, but Mario Party related. For like the custom move idea thing I had, one of the ones I want the most for Bowser is just the ability to put down Bowser spaces on any stage that just lets him mess with you in various ways, gameplay-wise. Like maybe you have to donate 10% of your percentage to him. Or maybe you have to constantly taunt for his own amusement. Just little fun things like that. I think it'd be really funny. Oh, sorry, this one's 8. I love the item block. Wait, hold on. Go back up. Go back up. Is that one of those... I can't remember what the enemy's called. One of the enemies that pops up and throws... Yeah! It's Mighty Mole! Love it. God, I wish Smash Bros. Would support its stage builder more. Because look how talented Carson is here. Imagine what he can make with like twice as many tools at his disposal. This could legitimately be like one of the major selling points of Smash Bros. If Nintendo just went a little bit deeper with it. Oh, sorry, it's Rocky Wrench on this set. Yep, sorry, you're right. Thank you, Fleshkey. Waluigi pinball is like a snitch. We should have a round table relay around just stages. That's another good idea. I should write that down. That's another easy one of like, okay, everyone just throw ideas at the wall and they're all good. And that's it. Again, this isn't any major project I've been working on, and mainly... What do you mean, any major project? Those were all amazing! I mainly prevent myself from being absent from the perspective for so long again. Plus, I wanted to give a reason to come back to these custom stages I've made over the past few years. Oh, and not to make this a shilling moment, but if you're interested in checking out some more custom stages, I'd recommend checking out the Tin Gaming YouTube channel and Discord. You'll be able to find a lot more quality stages there. Just be warned that the older videos will have outdated IDs for the stages. That should be it. Thank you guys for enjoying this, admittedly smaller scaled showcase, and I'll see you guys for my next perspective. Oh, speaking of which, coming summer, hopefully. Ooh! I am excited. Very excited indeed. But yeah, short, sweet, very fun. Thank you for that, Carson. That was the perfect, just nice sit back, relax that we needed after that Bowser. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you. All right. I think next up, let's go for this one. Has two separate documents. I'm seeing link. Let me check really quick to make sure these aren't too long, if it's doable. Yeah, this should be doable. Okay. So, next up, from one of our beloved members of the channel, we have an idea from Akonu, with a document that's just titled, Link's design in Ultimate is bad. Which is a hell of a stance to take, and I cannot wait to see where this goes. Okay. In my opinion, there are 4 requisites you need to achieve to properly embody a character's character in a crossover game, such as Smash Brothers. 1. The character's personality should be conveyed accurately. 2. The character should translate their fighting style in a sensible way. 3. They should embody their game's mechanics and identity. 4. The character should have references to their tools, abilities, powers, items, etc. from their home games. Was it supposed to do this one live? Oh, hold up. Did I misread something? I can't hide it, but I'm not going to insist if this is the case. It's not mandatory to read before the presentation. Curious about my fully formed thoughts that. Oh! Okay. My apologies. Akonu, do you want me to not read that? Sorry, technical difficulties. Duke can't read. It was not a mention. It was a read before the presentation. Oh, sorry. I intentionally don't try to read too much of what is shown there, just because I want to be surprised by whatever the concept is. Because it allows for things like that Bowser thing to happen. Yeah, don't do that one? Okay. Why? Okay. I will give you that, but now I'm curious. I'm just kind of skimming real quick. Was there anything in particular? Oh yeah, this definitely plants a lot more flags. I respect it a lot, though. Like, yeah, this is what I value in character designs, and this is not what it's doing here. Just me ranting like a madman. I mean, if you want me to take on the role of you ranting like a madman, I will defend the hell out of your points. Like, I have a lot of respect for people that are willing to go like, no, this is what I believe in. That's what's important to me. But I won't force it upon you if you don't want to. Don't worry. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. There is one thing that must be covered on stream. Because you fired a stray at me, my friend. I'm gonna throw you under the bus for the 4 paragraphs. Starting to feel like I'm feeding a dead horse, but I have so much pent-up aggression towards Ultimate Link over the past 5 years, and I still got fuel in the ranting take, so I'm still going. Goes without saying that I disagree with the placement of Link on the design tier list. Mid-A tier at 17th. That placement is what first inspired me to make this little spiel. Oh no! Did I inspire? I'm not gonna get another tangent over that placement. I already represented my reasons for why I think he's bad. The armament I just presented should already do the job, but worst case scenario, I'll gladly throw hands in the Wendy's parking lot for Link being low. If I were to place Link in the Design Dorks tier list, I think I would place him somewhere in low D, high E. Don't really care exactly as long as he's far away from C tier and above. Compared to Daisy later, god damn, that's a hot take, but I respect it. Okay, we'll get to the actual thing now. Alright, I promise, Akonu, I will read the reasonings after the stream is over, because now I'm so curious. Alright. Greetings, Duke, and my fellow peasants. I'm going to start this off with a bit of hot take. I think Link's design in Ultimate is really bad. Indulge me for a moment as I swiftly explain why I believe that is the case. We can all agree that Link needs to reference his items and abilities in Smash, right? That's what the gameplay of Zelda boils down to. Link using items and abilities to solve various puzzles across the world and defeat his foes. Oh god, I forgot the Link again. You'd think, after that artwork last time, I will give you a link for Link. The Link. The problem was that Breath of the Wild changes his items and abilities into the Sheikah runes and Paraglider. Or rather, the runes and the Paragliders are the evolved successors to the classic items. In Smash Ultimate, he only has one of the 4 runes, and 0 references to his Paraglider out of his entrance animation. 80% of his core items are missing from his moveset, and that's, Okay. I think I understand where this is coming from. It's approaching this from the perspective of, okay, you tried to kind of update Link, but you didn't commit. I can respect this. Now, it would be easy enough to just make a quick concept by detailing how Magnesis, Cryonis, Stasis, and the Paraglider could be in Ultimate Link's current moveset and wrap it up in 15 minutes, but I can't resist the chance to go all in and make something more fun and interesting. In this concept, I'm giving Link a complete overhaul. Not because I think it's needed to fix Link's design, but rather for the sake of presenting some more interesting ideas. I'm having a bit of fun with this one. Let's see what Ultimate Link could have been. All of Link's abilities from Breath of the Wild will be present in his redesigned moveset. The Paraglider, Sheikah runes, and the Champion abilities. Some of these abilities might not all be influential as a special move in his moveset, but they are all present in some way. Link's playstyles has been changed slightly. Now he's more of a trapper character, having slower projectiles that are meant to be set up temporary traps rather than pure zoning, fitting Breath of the Wild's early game of using the resources in the area around you with explosive results. This does make his moveset require a bit more foresight, so in some ways, Link's difficulty is increased. Some of Link's stats and attributes have also changed. In this redesign, Link's run speed is now in the upper half of the roster to harken to his ability to sprint in Breath of the Wild. It's always bugged me. And in his vanilla moveset, his run speed is worse than characters like Kazuya and Min Min. Just feels wrong. Also has more melee range for reasons we'll get to in mechanics and features. Link does lose some stuff in exchange for these buffs. Mostly notably, the removal of his notorious Swiss Army knife kicks, like his back air, neutral air. Those being in his moveset was weird anyway, so I'm happy to take those out. He also loses his insanely good fast fall, now having an average fast fall. The increased fast fall isn't a bad feature for Ultimate Link, but I can't stand the painful irony of Ultimate Link having an increased fast fall when it wasn't even a feature in his original game. That was suddenly a feature in the sequel? That's definitely a nitpick, but whenever Smash 6 rolls around, the novelty of Link having an increase to reference skydiving in Tears of the Kingdom would be lost when you already have it in Ultimate Link. That's an unfortunate situation that I wish to avoid. We got the various stats and attributes here. I'll just linger on these for a bit so people can read them. Lots of averages. I don't see no A's or E's anywhere. Alright, mechanics and features. Multiple weapons. This moveset includes him wielding a polearm or a heavy weapon for some of his attacks on top of the Master Sword. These weapons are the Iron Sledgehammer and Knight's Halberd. This gives Link differing melee ranges and attack speed for some of his normal attacks. Unlike Byleth, who has a similar feature, Link's weapons aren't associated with a direction of input. I simply put these weapons in move slots where it seemed appropriate. There are a total of 3 attacks that use each weapon. Grounded attacks. Oh, yes, gifts. I love gifts. Standard 4-swing strike from Breath of the Wild. Oh, never mind. Ultimate seems... Link not only has 3 hits for his jab, and it looks basically the same as Ultimate Link's. For visual flair, I'd have Link perform the 4th hit combo as his jab finisher in Smash. Okay. Dash attack is the lunging stab with the Knight's Halberd. Best horizontal range out of any dash attack, but also high end lag. Kill power and combo potential is next to nothing, but also incredibly disjointed, so very easy way of just racking up damage. Because dash attack is using a different weapon, I think it'll be better if Link's dash animation has him sheath the Master Sword and Hylian Shield and adopt the sprinting animation from Breath of the Wild. This way, Link can equip the spear for his dash attack without needing to make an animation where he swaps weapons at a breakneck pace, considering how fast his dash attack is. I like this! Ooh, this is a nice little consideration. Classic Akonu seal of quality, showing just how much he cares. The rest of the moveset doesn't follow this technique. The slower startup of his other moves leaves enough time to make the swap between weapons feel more natural, which is probably why Byleth's attacks have slow startup. Forward tilt is an overhead swing with the iron sledgehammer, similar to the basic heavy attack in Breath of the Wild, but more diagonal. Slow, but good damage and kill power. Up tilt is the vertical spin attack. Very loose reference to a spin attack in Skyward Sword. Good attack, quick up startup, and being a very good anti-air, and is able to start combos at early to mid percents. Down tilts is Grass Cutter. That's actually what the vanilla move is called. Oh, just the same thing as his current down tilt. It's Grass, really? I love that. I love that so much. Smash attacks. Forward smash is charged flourishes. There's a flurry of stabs 4 times with the Knight's Halberd. The chamber startup time is pretty slow, but the release attack is very quick, similar to how Snake's forward smash works. This attack is long range and quick, but it's weak for a smash attack. Very punishable if whiffed, and unsafe on shield if not perfectly spaced at the tip of the spear. Up smash is a heavy spin attack. We'll spin around with this iron sledgehammer. This has a hitbox similar to Corrin's forward smash. Hitbox doesn't combo into itself, instead launching away. However, just like Corrin's forward smash charging hitbox, this charging hitbox can be great wow, English is failing me right now. Can be a great way to whittle down shields. Having much more shield stun than Corrin's to make up for Link's repeating hits being much slower in between hits. That's fun, I like this. Up smash is swinging strike. Once release are done without charging. Oh, this is when they charge is let go. Spin the sledgehammer for 1 rotation. Looks nearly identical to his charging animation. This one is different. Has a different launch angle. Launching in and towards Link. Makes it so he can properly follow up into rise into the air, spinning. Kind of looks like Chrom's up special, but not as such a dramatic jump. Will then bring the heavy weapon down to the ground with a brutal force, having immense kill power. So kind of like Ridley, oh yeah, it literally says later, like Ridley and K. Rool's down smash. Kind of just jumping up and slamming them down into the ground. I like it. Down smash is what it should be. Gosh, that's such a no-brainer. The thing that you charge in Zelda games that spins in a circle isn't the down smash. Just 1 full rotation, do lots of damage. It's the spin attack. That's what it does. Grabs and throws. Forward, back, and up throw make use of Cryonis. In a competitive setting, Cryonis is just some extra feature that doesn't provide much in terms of gameplay impact. In a casual setting, though, Cryonis can be very useful and fun. You know how Mario players will use back throws active hitbox to smack other players who get too close? Imagine that, but with Cryonis' giant, disjointed, transcendent hip. Okay, cool. I like it. Grab his stasis. Locking the opponent in time. Slam or reach in the standard grab and is disjointed, similar to Robin. extremely thin grab box, so it's easily dodged with a low crouch. Debatable if it's worth the trade-off, given the vertical coverage or slightly better horizontal reach. The pummel actually has 2 different hits. Link will perform a slash to the left, then to the right. It looks very similar to his first and second jab. This is a nod to how players will wail on opponents with the standard sword combo while the enemy is frozen by stasis. A small detail about Link's pummel is that it doesn't inflict damage right away while the opponent is in stasis. Ooh! Instead, the damage will be built up and released all at the same time as soon as stasis breaks, which will be done either from a throw or once the opponent mashes out. It ultimately means nothing, just a nice attention to detail. I love those. Forward throw is Rising Kick into Cryonis. Keeps his Rising Kick from his vanilla moveset, however, after he performs the kick, you can see Link raising the Sheikah's light above his head. The ancient tool will glow with a soft blue light. Link then presses a switch, activating Cryonis. After the opponent is kicked, they are met with a rising Cryonis block chasing after them. Summoned from the ground at a 45-degree angle away from Link, hits the opponent square in the face, launching them away further. Back throw is Back Slice from Twilight Princess into Cryonis, kind of the same function, except in a different direction. I like it. Up throw, Cryonis into Ending Blow. Link will use a Cryonis directly below himself and his opponent. The opponent won't break out of stasis, but will still be pushed. Link, though, will jump up high, using the rising momentum of the ice block to give him some extra height. Once at the apex of the jump, Link will draw the Master Sword and perform the Ending Blow from Twilight Princess. Oh, that's sick, though! Yo! That's a badass mental image! Just launch himself upwards and then come back down blade first? God, that's cool! Oh, and it shatters the Cryonis in the process! God damn, that's a great throw! 10 out of 10. Down throw is Shield Uppercut. Take a shield and swing it upwards, using the face of the shield to smack the opponent. Similar to the parry from Breath of the Wild, but the shield is directly upward, not leftwards. This is the combo starter. Alright. Aerial attacks. Neutral air is the shield spin. Place it below the shield below his feet, and will spin around for a couple of full rotations. There's a weird quirk to this move. There's only 2 different hitboxes for neutral air. One is obviously the shield, and the other is Link's arms spinning around. The shield is a single hit that sends away, but Link's arms are a multi-hit, which can easily be used for drag down combos. He was just literally shield surfing on them as you do comp. That's hilarious. The shield hitbox is priority over Link's arms. This means that the opponent isn't perfectly horizontal to Link, and even if they are barely touching the shield hitbox, they will be sent flying outward, ruining the drag down. Link's neutral air is a multi-purpose aerial, but it requires tight spacing in order to do the drag down combos. But with its low landing lag, low ending lag, possessing a disjointed hitbox below Link, and a multi-hit hitbox all around Link, it can still fulfill the role of neutral air's cover everything, but it's nothing special option. Forward air is the aerial clobber, the nice forward front flip with a sledgehammer. Very brutal, akin to Ike's forward air in Smash 4, just hits really hard. Back air is the overhead stab. Takes his spear out and he turns around in the attack, and then performs an overhead stab, similar to Marth's back air. Alright. Up air is the upward thrust, similar to what it is in Breath of the Wild. And then down air, same, but it has the landing hitbox in the form of the ground pound in Breath of the Wild. Okay. Special moves. Magnesis. Upon pressing the neutral special, Link will use the Magnesis rune and will shoot out a beam of light directly downwards in front of him. If the beam hits a grounded surface, then Link will rip out a metal object from the ground. The metal object Link can pull is randomized, which I'll be going over what those objects are later. It's important to note that Link needs to be on the ground when he shoots the magnetic beam. He can still use his neutral special in the air, but he needs to quickly reach the ground by the time Link shoots out the beam. It's like how Terry can still use his grounded projectile when he's in the air, as long as he lands on the ground in time. It's also important to note that if the beam does not hit the ground, then it will fail to grab a metal object. An example of this failed attempt would be if Link is standing on the ledge and facing towards the closest blast zone. The beam wouldn't find any ground, would fail to grab anything. If Link does manage to make the beam hit the ground, then he will rip out a random metal object. At this point, Link can freely manipulate the object by using the left stick. It's important to note that both the speed of pulling an object from the ground as well as the acceleration-deceleration of the manipulation of objects are dependent on the size and weight of the object. For example, big heavy things take more effort, while small things take less. You can cancel this manipulation by pressing neutral special again, jumping, shielding, or getting hit. Once the metal object is free, the gravity will fulfill its purpose and drag the metal object down to the ground, and just carry its momentum because that's Breath of the Wild and how physics work. We got rusted weapons with a 55% chance. Most common objects, they are very light, meaning they can be manipulated fairly easily, break upon hitting an opponent or the ground. Okay, so it's kind of taking the role of the boomerang in his moveset for just kind of getting that chip damage and kind of moving people into the right areas you want them to be. We've got metal crates and boulders. A lot of similarities, they're being shoved together, 12.5% chance each. About the size of Ganondorf here. Both massive, heavy, deal lots of damage, and knockback. If the opponent is directly below these objects, they are able to spike the opponent. The faster it's falling, the better the spike. These can be destroyed by taking 20% of damage or being present for 20 seconds. Only difference between the two is kind of just the difference between barrels and crates in current Smash. One rolls, the other doesn't. We have the rusted metal box. Kind of the same deal, but once it takes damage, it drops between 1 and 3 food items. Fun! I like that. We have a golden chest with the lowest chance of spawning. This can be opened by being attacked. Upon being opened, random items will spawn, excluding food items. There can be 1 to 3 items that spawn, but no item will spawn twice. The items that spawn will depend on which items are enabled in the game settings. If there are no items enabled, then the chest will never have a chance. Oh, that's good. That's smart. Lets it still be competitively viable while having that fun, just, hey, you found a chest, let's open it moment from Zelda. I like that. Side special is the Traveler's Bow. Works similarly to vanilla neutral special. Takes less time to charge the bow. He can angle the bow slightly up or down. And then if he uses it in the air, he'll stall completely until he reaches the arrow, referencing his bullet time. Still can't cancel the side special with a jump or air dodge, so it's very committal, but all of these buffs should make the bow much more important to his kit, which fits this incarnation of Link, given how overpowered bows are in that game. Up special is Revali's Gale. 1-to-1 in translation. Revali launches him high. Although here, he uses it instantly. There will be 2 win boxes on either side of Link that push opponents away, providing a unique use of an out-of-shield option. Oh, I love win boxes like these. It's so funny to just catch somebody's recovery and just watch them just get slightly puffed away and slowly, gently fall to the blast zone. It's hilarious. Just like in Breath of the Wild, Link will equip the paraglider as a wind box will be under Link that lifts him into the air thanks to the paraglider. For balancing purposes, the travel height is slightly worse than the travel height provided by Link's spin attack. Okay. Second phase is the paraglider. He can move slowly, horizontally as he slowly descends. Airspeed is increased dramatically, but his air acceleration is equally lowered. A very powerful trait of the paraglider is that Link is free to act out of it with any option he wants, and can re-equip it by pressing it again. But he can't use Revali's Gale again until he touches the ground or gets hit. There is one more limitation. He can only have the paraglider out for a total of 5 seconds while he's airborne. So you can't just glide infinitely. Okay, that's smart, that's smart. It will start to flicker white the more it's used to give you a visual indication of when your paraglider is about to run out. Okay, cool. And then down special is still the remote bomb, because that's the best thing about his current kit. We got a shield special as well. The parry move with the shield. If he intercepts an attack with a hero's parry, the opponent's balance will be thrown off. This causes them to be stunned for just a moment. The amount of time the opponent is stunned doesn't scale with the strength of the attack, though, similar to how Bayonetta's Witch Time works. It can also reflect projectiles, because of course. Got side taunts with the camera rune. Oh, yo. I'm sure this would be so hard to do, but imagine this camera roll, like, actually being viewable. Like, if you use the side taunt, you can see Link going through his pictures. That'd be so funny. Up taunt is his pose once he redraws the Master Sword, and the down taunt is the whistle. Oh god, that's such a terrible taunt. That is the best worst taunt. Because, god, would that be annoying, but that's kind of what you want taunts to be sometimes. Final Smash calls upon the Divine Beasts. Slash with the Master Sword, casting a Master Sword Blade Beam. If this hits any number of opponents, they'll be sent flying upwards and the camera will transition into a cinematic. They'll be launched into the Sanctum where you fight Calamity Ganon. And you can hear a giant roar in the distance from the Divine Beasts. You see the lasers as destructive laser beams fire, unleashing their fury upon Link's foes. Launching out of the Sanctum, where the cinematic will end, showing the opponents being launched away with devastating knockback. Extra details, he uses the teleport to enter stage. It's crouch and crawl, same as Breath of the Wild. Again, I love things with GIFs, because I don't have to read everything, I can just show it, because it's easy. Got a wall jump. Why does both Toon Link and Link have a wall jump? Well, the guy who introduced climbing to the series doesn't. That's a fair point, actually. Yeah, you're right. Boxing ring title changes based on costumes, either being the Hylian Champion or Hero of the Wild. Respawn animation is... Oh, that's cute! Instead of the standard Angel platform, Link responds after losing his stock. He spawns in a levitating pool of water, healing, and I wish this was more of a thing. You could do a lot of fun, like, various references with unique respawn animations. Shield is Daruk's protection, because, of course. We'll also summon Daruk's spirits if you get a perfect parry against things. Nice, nice. Just an aesthetic effect, but it's a fun aesthetic effect. Charging animation is Urbosa's Fury. If Link charges his smash attacks enough, Link's weapon will be coated in electricity. Upon release and trigger of the smash attack, Link's attack will have electric properties and the hitbox on the attack will be slightly bigger due to the lightning coursing through the weapon. And Urbosa's spirit shows up to snap her fingers and cause the lightning strike. Because cool. Victory theme, I wish every character had that. Yes, please! Come on! Other Links can keep the main Zelda theme, but I want the Breath of the Wild Link to have his own theme. And the victory screens, they're fine. Costumes. It's a bit of a shame to me that Breath of the Wild had so many of these cool costumes and Smash didn't go the extra mile to include them. I know it's asking a lot, but this is Peasant's perspective. I don't need to consider the logistical side of things. Good on you. This is the approach you should take. You can leave the realistic stuff to people in design forums. This is the brainstorm. You just throw everything on the wall and work backwards from there. Link has different outfits in Breath of the Wild as his alternate costumes, but that's not all. His equipment will also change depending on the costume. That's fun. Alright, so default, he's got the default weapons, of course. Hylian goes for more of the baseline traditional soldier stuff that the Travelers have. We've got Sheikah stuff, well, the cool Sheikah weapons. We've got the Zora stuff, with the Zora. Flamebreaker, you guessed it, Goron. Oh, got a little bit of Lionel in here too. That makes sense, because Goron only has like, the big cleaver, and that's literally it. I agree with the reasoning here. It fits the aesthetic. We've got the Snow Quill for some sick Rito-inspired stuff. We've got the Gerudo, because of course. And the Hero of the Wild, giving, just again, traditional stuff, but with the classic costume. Introduction. I'm way newer to video games than most people, and believe it or not, Breath of the Wild was my first ever triple... Okay. Cool. Interesting. I always love it when we get different perspectives from across generations into this series. It's so fascinating to see what people value in the various thingamaboodles. Thingamaboodles? What the hell just came out of my mouth? 5 different playthroughs and clocked around 500 to 600 hours combined. I had a lot of fun with this concept. I think I did well here. This is by far the concept that I had made with the most attention to detail put into it. But what are your thoughts? What about this moveset would you change? I'm always open to hearing other opinions from my fellow peasants. Still can't believe I submitted 3 concepts in 4 episodes. Granted, I finished making Biotin Sheds at the same time back in October, so I had a lot of time to make this one. But I'm definitely taking a break after this. I hope Duke and my fellow peasants have a wonderful day until this is Akonu signing off, and I bid you all farewell. Oh, that's even more interesting, frankly. Just didn't grow up in video games and got introduced to them through Breath of the Wild. Honestly, I'd call that more valuable as a perspective. That's unique. So I think giving feedback on Link inherently brings up how Smash Brothers handles the Links. Like, kind of soft taking multiple incarnations to represent different eras of Zelda. The problem with that approach being that they never committed to actually, showing various areas. It's very surface level, like, okay, young Link has fire arrows, and that's just kinda it. Toon Link has, toon animations. There we go. Which kind of leaves each of them feeling like... only, like wastes of potential, if that makes sense. If I remember correctly, when me and Pierre talked about Link in the design dorks, we kind of treated the Breath of the Wild Link of like, okay, this is like the true Link, and the other two are kind of just slapped on, which is why they appeared much lower on the list. But I definitely respect the approach of, no, all these games are unique and fascinating, and you can do so much with their movesets. Commit to a single game for them. And I think when taken from that perspective, this Link is essentially perfect. Are there small things that you might be able to do? Sure. Like Tears of the Kingdom abilities, maybe. Could maybe have some fun with a, one of the fire rods or ice rods or whatever. But that's like small nitpicks. I think for being like, okay, this is the Breath of the Wild Link. No, yeah, this is great. This is perfect. And ultimately, yes, second I'm about to say it, Potted Plant says it even better. I think using various links to represent different eras is inherently flawed when you could just grab an original character from that era to sell it better. I 100% agree with that. You want to reference like the 64 era? Nobody would complain about Skull Kid over Young Link. In fact, people would probably prefer that. Want something from the Tomb games? Tetra, come on, she'd be so cool. Yeah, get a pirate moveset in. Get a blunderbuss. Or a Phantom Zelda or something. I don't know. Having multiple links doesn't feel worth it if the multiple links aren't going to give themselves a reason to exist, you know? Beetle over Toon Link, that's pretty good. my god, this is definitely something I would want seen completely reevaluated for a Smash reboot. Just been like, okay, we need find a different direction for the Zelda characters, because they're kind of hamstrung by tradition with the way they're handled now. Because you gotta keep the stuff, what's tradition in the past, but Zelda changes so much between games that you just keep leaving more and more and more on the table every installment. But yeah! I enjoyed this immensely. Thank you, Akonu. Always love reading your concepts. Alrighty. We got 2 more for the day. I think next up, we're gonna grab this one. I did not see that comment, Carson. I see it now. Just DM them to me now. Might play a notification, but that's fine. I think my desktop audio is low enough that you won't even hear it in the first place. Alright, next up is a character... This is not the music I was expecting for this character. Sure, alright. Character many may have forgotten existed. I'm gonna hold off on saying the character until I finish reading the reveal trailer, because this is an odd one. King K. Rool, Wario, Bowser, Steve, King Dedede, Link, Steve, wait. We got more. Okay, hold on. There's multiple characters listed. K. Rool, Wario, Bowser, Steve, King Dedede, and Link are working together. A black screen. A cloud of dust rushes across the screen, obscuring the view. As the clouds clear, it reveals rocks filling an entrance from a cave within the wall of a cliffside. As the view comes down, it shows the back of Link as he's looking down on a set of prints. One, a normal human's footprints, and another, some strange sort of creature's claws, with 4 in front and 1 in back. The view does a counterclockwise rotation to show Link grimacing before standing up and taking out his sword and shield, aiming his sword forward, before a curious Wario pops up with a disgruntled confusion over his shoulder. Wario looks at Link. Link then motions his eyes down. Wario's face turns to sees the tracks leading from the side, leading to the view only showing the bottom of some airplane landing gear, with a bit of Dedede to the side. Dedede turns, blocking the vehicle from view as he does so, and walks forward, frowning while spreading his arms, shrugging while shaking his head. Wario, mad, pulls out a treasure map, pointing towards the X, then pointing towards the caved-in entrance angrily, trying to motion them to hurry up. The trio then hear a whistle, and turn towards the background behind them, where Steve pops out of a 2-block-high cave he just made. We're getting really long reveal trailers for this Peasant's perspective. Steve pops up, waving and trying to say for them to hurry and follow him. Link goes over with a nod while Wario shakes his fist up and down in excited glee. Dedede waddles forward. Behind Link, Dedede lets out some air as he waddles sideways. Through, Wario, seeing himself left behind, pulls out his bike while hopping and races into the entrance, only to get stuck. Wario, mad, starts kicking his bike, causing it to explode and launch the group into the cave with assorted screams. The soot-covered group, after crashing through the other side of Steve's now broken passage. After opening their eyes enough to see, they look up with jaws dropped as they see the walls of ruins ahead of them. After that... Wow, this is a long trailer again. After that, the group starts to hear a commotion nearby, along with a familiar roar. They get up and sneak over, some faster than others, to peek around the corner. And they do. They see Bowser and K. Rool standing there, claws bared, ready to brawl. And a little further back, a pile of many oddly shaped gold and bronze and other material-shaped looking artifacts. The pile is gigantic and very, very rich-looking, glittering in their eyes. Upon seeing this, Wario, Steve, and Dedede's eyes take on the shape of their own version of money or riches. The three promptly start to clamber over one another to try and charge towards such. Link tries to stop them, but they slip out of his grasp. Wario being the last to go due to this, and promptly shaking off his head before I will say, though, I love trailers like this. It's just, okay, let's take a handful of Nintendo characters and just tell a little story with them. These are the best kinds, in my opinion. The sounds of roaring and fighting promptly occurs, and Link rubs the back of his head while shaking his head, smiling in fond exasperation. Then raises his sword with a charge as he rushes forward, Alonzi style. The screen doesn't follow him, though. Instead, it pans up before panning back down with another view thanks to motion blur, showing in the background a smoke cloud from the battling fighters poking out comically in the back, and looks down on the relic pile from above. Zooming back, it gives a partial view of a human, anything above his mouth kept obscured as he stares down and frowns. The man looks to his side, making motions with his hands, showing a hand with fingers running. Circles it before leaping up and crashing down with a clenched fist. Ugh. This is definitely the 7th entry of the day. Then puts his hands together and spreads them wide, as if symbolizing something growing. It zooms in and shows him smiling towards his yet unrevealed companion. And smiles. A shine from the pile below blinds the scene. As the shine dies down, the view is changed, showing the relic pile, the smoke fight going on still to the side. Wario crawls out of it, a bit bruised and battered, complete with black eye. He stands up with a grimace, then sees the pile, and puts his hands together greedily as he chuckles with glee. As he goes to pounce on the pile, something suddenly lands on him, passing out of view as it pulls his hat down over his eyes. Struggling for a moment with a grunt, he unsticks it before glaring down. He goes, "Huh?" Blink, blink. Cue demeaning laugh as the camera turns around and then slowly pans up to reveal a little golem of relics standing in his way, standing with a combat pose in front of him. Cue the join to the battle card with Knack, relic powered Rampage. Then cue gameplay footage of Wario fighting Knack, with Knack still receiving some damage throughout, thus preventing from getting enough relics to grow in size. That ends with Wario sending him flying, the scene changing, showing Knack landing by the relic pile on his side. Glaring at Wario as he laughs demeaningly at him. Knack stands back up, glaring, peeking back behind him briefly. He then smirks kindly, only to look back and see Wario's large hand in position to flick him forward with a flick. Flick him forward with a flick. Launching him into the pile. Wario laughs at him before then looking up and up. As a shadow grows enough to stop those fighting behind him, Wario's laugh fading off into unhinging his jaw in a jaw drop. Cue gameplay fight between Knack at his largest size against all of them. Their team up is enough to stress him, even knock him down a size, despite how harshly he's hammering them. Scene switches to Knack being pushed against the wall, the former enemies huffing and puffing from having teamed up against a shared foe. Knack puts his hands against a glowing red gap in the wall, some relics start floating from it, returning him to his larger size to the groans of his opponents. Knack looks up, then smirks before thumbing up for them to look up. They promptly pale. Again. I think reveal trailers in particular have to have a little bit of brevity to them. As you think back at reveal trailers in the past, it's always the worst ones of them's. Worst ones of them's? God, English. That just linger too long. Above in the wall, there's giant relics sticking out higher up and spread across the walls and ceilings. Though to be fair, there's also arguably the best ones that showcase the most interaction between Nintendo characters. I guess it's a pick and choose kind of deal. Above in the wall, there's giant relics sticking out higher up and spread among the walls and ceilings. Knack raises his arms up and they start to pop up. It shows his shadow growing again as his foes promptly decide to flee. Also important to remember that reveal trailers take way longer to describe it than they are to play. Cue scene of the cliffside as they yell of Wario screaming, "Why?" is heard along with lots of bumps and smashing, the environment shaking with each strike. Who is Knack? Lesser known character to many, despite having been a major part of the bundle with the PS4. As for his game story, long ago, humans discovered ancient ruins within which were discovered relics of mysterious power. No matter how much they looked into them, these relics remained a half-solved mystery. Despite this, they still carried within them a mysterious power that the humans put to use. Then one day, on exploring, Dr. Vargas found a relic unlike any other seen. He'd seen a number of pedestals among the ruins he'd searched, but they had always been empty. But one time, he found an orb-shaped relic on a pedestal with many rainbow-glowing relics spinning around. Taking this orb home, he experimented on it, and one day, awoke it into what is now known as Knack. Since then, Knack became best friends with Vargas' nephew assistant, Lucas, and they have gone on several adventures together. Over the course of these adventures, he has fought many a threat. Native creatures of various sizes and danger levels, goblins, which are orc size in this universe, that went from primitive to advanced due to tricked beneficiary, ancient guardians of stone and crystal and energy that are protecting relic ruins, and their eventual leader, which is as large as Knack's true largest form. Power-seeking national security businessmen and his top-of-the-line army, high goblins, thought to be extinct with war-paint and sci-fi advanced technology, came out of hiding thanks to surviving goblin leader, and corrupt monks who seek to return to the world to primitive times by repurposing high goblin tech, as well as making an evil clone of Knack. So yeah, Knack's done a lot. And to help figure out some of his personality into his moveset, two seems to come to mind. One is a quote from Knack. "The doctor does strategy. I do execute." I have no idea what Knack sounds like. Another was a quote from a frenemy named Katerina. "What upsets me is he didn't just overpower me. He outthought me. I forgot to share the link." Let me do that real quick, because I was trying to keep the spoiler away. But on the bright side, nobody reminded me before doing so because of that. I have tricked you. I have bamboozled you all. The scene mentions, along with what led to have led to me this thought on Knack. He's a strategic genius, often showcased more frequently in Knack 2, but he doesn't like thinking if he doesn't have to. He prefers to handle things in a brawler, no-thinking style when he can, but can be terrifying when he actually puts to mind strategical moves. To provide these moves with more options, this has led to a build that is complex, similar to Kazuya in there being more inputs to use. But Knack is built in such a way where just relying on his basics are plenty. This means it provides for both sides of Knack, a brawling button masher and a hidden complexity for those that put in the effort. Basics: arrives in a plane on a landing area, then turns around to fly horizontally across the area as Knack leaps off. His stats are hard to nail down due to what this character is. Since his size changes means his stat changes as he does. However, his hollow body does mean he has less defense than he looks like, having regardless of size, much to his default smallest size's detriment. His dodges leave relics behind as he... Oh, that's cool! Just a little after image that he's not all dodging at once. Knack has a triple jump. Third jump can be held as it does more of a horizontal jump by spinning around with his arms. Alright. He can cling to walls. He can crawl. Oh no, he can't. Bends into his surprisingly stubby legs for his form, clenching his fists and pulling in his arms and hunched over like a boxer stance to place of... Ugh. Sorry, I need some water. Tongue's starting to twist itself. Shield becomes an actual shield into a hexagonal sunstone, and along with that has a spinning circular shield of relics on his left arm whose width is about 8/10 of his height. If shield is perfectly timed from the front, pulls off the relic shield relic shield parry function, sending projectiles back and stumbling melee fighters. Basically, a parry reflector when he backhands with a spinning shield. If you hold up or down when doing so... Okay. He's got a gimmick where if you parry with his shield, he will actually kind of knock you back, reflecting projectiles and launching the foes slightly away from him. Cool. He's got a barrier. An entire page dedicated to the word barrier. Which looks like this, apparently. And that's the parry. Alright, cool. I will say, like, I don't really care for the Knack games at all. I find them to be fully lackluster, but they are a very neat proof of concept as to just watching so many things move at once on screen. Like, they're essentially just tech demos, and they're successful in doing so. We've got an idol where he cricks his neck with a raised eyebrow, and one where he pulls an orb out of his shoulder and puts it back. Gimmick is obvious. He changes sizes. Every attack he inflicts on his foes adds to his relic count, but each hit he receives reduces it as well. Each level of size requires a certain threshold of relics, and once max size, he can store a little more for an extra defense against having relics removed. Also, every one of his sizes weighs one weight class lower than they appear due to his hollow body. Additionally, enemies that are 3 sizes smaller than his current size can miss the largest section of a number of his hitboxes. But there's still some hitbox from his flowing body parts, so he can still hit them if his body is close enough. Can even damage them simply by walking into them if they're 3 sizes smaller than him, dealing almost average damage per step. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Can even damage them by simple... For the sizes and effects ahead, stronger hits both from and 2 Knack have bigger effect on the relic count, such as smash attacks or Samus's fully charged shot, etc. Sizes and effects. His default size, weighing less than Pichu despite being Pichu's size, so easily murdered. Does not speak either. Has to hit 6 times in order to grow to the next size. Which is young Link. Okay. Okay, hold on. There's a lot of moving parts to this, but they're fascinating. So small size just is kind of pathetic, but is also tiny. His next up has a tether grab, but can't. It doesn't work on things that are larger than regular Link. There is a slowly changing damage taken to receive. Damage dealt and taken modifier throughout the sizes. Takes 3 hits to knock him down from this size and has to hit a... Oh gosh, this is math. Oh gosh. It's not complex, but it's hard to narrate. Average. Regular size of Link, but weighs as much as young Link. Receives and deals average damage. Takes 4 hits to knock down to prior size. Requires delivering 12 hits to grow to the next... I think I might be noticing a problem right off the bat, just based off of how I am interpreting this. Unless he's got, like, multi-hits, like 6 hits into 8 hits into 12 hits, while also only needing to take a few, I think those numbers need to change a little bit. Just because it's a lot easier to take 4 hits than it is to deal 12, you know? Big is the next size up, the size of Bowser, but weighing normal human size, deals 1 point. Although, I guess this should be viewed from the lens of trying to stay at average, while the big and huge ones are much harder to reach. I don't know. I'm sorry, this is a lot of mechanic at once, and I'm trying to wrap my head around, okay, how does this work? Next size up is the size of Bowser, but weighing normal human size, deals more damage and receives less, can carry grab foes like old Donkey Kongs. Like older Donkey Kong moves. Has super armor against any moves that aren't smash attacks or... Oh, okay, that's why. It's because it's hard to get here, but once you get here, you're insane. Can hurt those that are Pichu size simply by walking onto them. Takes 6 average hits to knock down to prior size, and has to deal 18 hits total to grow to the next size. The huge, larger size, as tall as Ridley, where he can stand up straight instead of crouching, deals 1.5 damage and receives 0.5 damage. Can carry grabbed foes. Has super armor to all attacks, though damage still reduces his relic count. Walking into characters youngling size and smaller and fixed damage. Takes 9 hits to knock down to prior size. Has an additional storage of relics he can fill up to an additional 9 worth. So at max he takes 18. While in this size, final smash attacks do not launch him, but instead knock him down and reduce him to... Wow! Okay. A lot of things. A lot of numbers. This is why I stay away from numbers, because there's so many balancing things here. But the core concept is amazing. The more you hit people, the more you grow. If you get hit, you shrink. But if you can get really big, you are unstoppable. As a basic pitch, I love that. You can punch off walls to wall jump off of them for more horizontal movement off of it. You can dodge through opponents. A dodge attack, I guess. So if you dodge through someone, you can punch through them. Okay. He's got a special short hop attack and a parry counter, which I think we mentioned earlier with the shield. Okay, okay. To compensate for his weakness, as well as show off his combat-savvy self, even his taunts have more effects than simply showing him off. Okay. So, he's got a very long dance taunt, which is essentially there for the memes, but if he completes all of the moves, the audience applauds and throws relics from off-screen, causing him to instantly reach max relics, which is hilarious. Like, that's the kind of thing where that's never going to happen, but having the option to have it is amazing. You've got a gimmick up taunt. Swaps to one of his random forms, regardless of shape, keeps the color of his frill's hair identical to the player, and poses with it. So just showing off various transformations in the Knack games. Okay, okay. Sorry, there's a lot of lists here, which is why I'm kind of skimming, because it's just hard to narrate lists. And then the gimmick down taunt falls apart, except for his smallest form. Adding in some of his own tiny body with the pile of rocks he stands in, he forms a large sphere of spinning, glowing rocks above him. Doesn't deal damage, but does stun anyone caught in the sphere. After enough time has passed, he leaps into its center, the relics rush in. If there's not enough, he reforms, rolls his eyes with a facepalm, and shakes his head before taking the battle pose. If he has enough, they hide him from view, then drop him into a pile beneath it, revealing Knack sitting on a giant relic, smirking cheekily, before backing it back into the background. There it flies up, then meteor falls towards a random foe, but despite significant damage, could be easily be seen coming and dodged. Okay, I think I'm following. Just a little fun gimmick. Maybe this hits you, kind of like Luigi's spiking taunt. Actual moves. Oh gosh, this is going to be a lot. Because there's 5 different variations. Okay, okay. Why is the NA next to Joshua? It's usually not applicable. Is what it means. But I don't know. It's the name of the owner of the document, so that's what I put. If he holds A at any point during the combo, he'll do a multi-punch, which I believe is this picture right here. Just multi-arm thingamaboodles. Just gum gatling. Gonna multi-punch up, he will finish the uppercut up. Hold neutral, send it forward. And multi-punch down, we'll swipe down. Yeah, so we're definitely going into Kazuya territory. He's got a forward triple A. There's a waist-high kick from the right while extending his leg into a whip of relics, then follows up in the same direction with a waist-high horizontal whip kick with the back of his leg going to the left. So 3 kicks. Just constantly spinning while constantly firing off his relics like whips. Cool. Oh. Are we good? Looks like the stream disconnected for a brief second. One moment. Looks like it's fine now. I think it was just a blip. I'm gonna wait until somebody says something to make sure. Are we all good, guys? We still here? Is the stream alive? Hang on, sorry, technical difficulties. Just want to make sure everything is working. Yeah, okay. I bet the freeze has delayed the chat a little bit, so let's work with that. Sorry, you guys are probably gonna hear me for a while saying like, "Hey, are we good?" Sorry about that. Okay. Hold on. Okay, sorry. I thought that probably just made it worse, actually. I was like, okay, that's... Oh, gosh, they're going to hear me saying that for a while. Because I think there's a large delay now. So I spent time to type that out, which meant that the delay is just going to be worse. Regardless, up air. Stretches his legs, he performs a backward somersault, launching his foes while whipping around in a 360 motion. Will say, this kind of free-form character design does allow for some really cool moves options. Like, this all sounds really, really cool. Down A, Knack slams both forearms with clenched fists into the ground onto whatever foe was standing there with an overhead slam. Counts as crouching as well. Causes a small shockwave around the ground as a weak second hit while also extending the range. If it's pressed again while his hands are on the ground, he uses the position of his arms to place his hands on the ground, sliding forward with his feet to trip up his opponents. Forward slash forms a massive sword from relics over his shoulder. Spins around, hitting both sides as his sword leans down from laying across his shoulder, before finishing the spin with a further reaching upward slash to slam into the ground behind him before returning his relics. Ugh. With greater reach in front, dude, God, this, ugh. Also, very play-by-play motions are a bit difficult to narrate. Not like a specific criticism, I've just noticed this pattern a lot with Peasant's perspective stuffs. Like, detailing every animation, like every keyframe kind of, just gets hard to naturally flow from beat to beat as I'm talking about them. Anyway, it's a sword slash. Up smash is a claw slash while crossing in front of his chest. Slashing again into causing his relics to kind of split off into a multi-tornado. Those drawn in. Slams down around Knack, extending upward to reach twice Knack's height before launching drawn-in foes at the peak. Alright, so basically creates a huge cyclone of relics that slams people around. And then down smash crouches while punching the ground, causing a dome explosion around himself that's also filled with yellow energy alongside the relics. If you press A again before the energy vanishes, he will jump a height that's putting a full jump in there to basically hit again. Okay, so if you press A before the energy vanishes, he'll jump forward and do it again. Gotcha. Dash attack has a second hit, of which there's variations based on input, but the initial hit is always a shoulder bash. But if you press up A after the shoulder bash, he'll perform a spinning diagonal roundhouse. If neutrally, he spins around with his horizontal for a claw swipe. And down, he spins around while stretching his foot for a sweeping whip kick. Alright. Neutral air has his legs strike around him like a whip as he spins. You can hold it down to continue spin until the button is let go. But this will also rush him towards the ground. Alright. Like so. Alright, cool. Up air, Fallenarm's dual sabers from his relics that are sharpened by a golden aura of energy. Spins counterclockwise as he slashes them upwards. I think I see a sword in there. I gotta live it zoomed in pictures. Forward air curls into a ball and quickly dashes forward a little. Apparently turns back to his position, flinching his foe. Pressing A again makes him unfold into a kicking pose while launching forward. Back air curls us into a ball while turning around, and then he does a dual upward backhanded claw cross slash while sticking his head forward with a roar. Minor damage, but good knockback. And then down air, Knack spins with his arms curled upwards, his legs twisting around while extending to 3 times their length with strong knockback. If the feet hits the ground, his toes grab hold and pull him down. And he can also kick in either direction by pressing right or left before he finishes standing up to kick in that direction. But if you hold it, it'll create a shockwave instead. For his grab, he has a tether grab, stretching out his whip-like relic limbs to grab them. But he cannot grab it if they're too much bigger than him. But if they're too much smaller, he can carry them around. That's potentially broken, but also very interesting. Like, I like it, but I have concerns. Still, better to have a cool idea and then work with it than just not deal with the idea at all. Definitely the preferred path when you're having these kind of questions. For the pommel, it's basically just a... Oh, cool. The relics come spinning out of the shape of a blade-shaped horizontal cylinder out of him as it kind of cut a hole into the... God, why is this narration tripping me up so much? Is it just me? It might just be me. I've been talking nonstop for 3 hours. The Bowser voice may have done a little more damage than I should have entailed. Up throw. Delivers an uppercut to send them flying. Forward throw. Just kicks them away. Back throw. Just grabs them with a giant hand and tosses them behind him. Down throw has 2 variations if you tap or hold it. Tapping. So this pulls him forward and brings your both hands down for a hammer slam. And then held down. Basically just makes it a very much bigger hammer slam to crumple them into the ground. Okay. We've got a what? Oh! Okay, okay. So this is kind of a bit of Rivals of Aether 2 inputs. So pressing the shield while grabbed will backhand them with his relic shield. And you can also dash with grabbing, which will immediately do the dual hammer slam onto the foe's head while leaping, letting him jump over projectiles to bring his hands down on his head. Okay, we're getting there. This is a dense character. Neutral B forms his relics into a boomerang with his hands and quickly throws it. Has high homing before returning. If it hits somebody without being blocked, it will entrap them with flinching damage. Can be meshed out of. Oh, okay. Okay, this makes the multi-hits with the relics make a little more sense, because if it's constantly hitting with flinching damage, that lets you grow very quickly. Struck while strain, the ring implodes to deal additional notable damage. Can trap 2 foes at a time with this, and has a time limit, even without being mashed out of. Interesting. Okay, okay. So a multi-hit projectile stayed there. We've got a... Oh, if both projectiles are... not being used. He uses them as a gun instead. He shoots single relics. Was it... Oh, gosh. I don't know if it was ever stated. Does this use... Hold on. What page am I on? 20? Size is small. This is size. Taunts. Don't think it ever said. But it seems like you have to use your size as a resource to be able to use your moves. I think I'm reading that correctly. So you can use a gun with the boomerangs, but you're shooting a little part of yourself with every shot. Which is actually kind of interesting. I like that. You also hold the button down to fire off giant fists of relics instead. Or except no, because this actually specifies that he loses relics. I'm confused. I think for a bit, like, actual constructive feedback, I think a bit more description of, like, at the beginning of, like, some moves that use relics, but not own, but, wow. Hold on, let me recenter myself. To give constructive feedback, you actually have to be able to talk first. I think I would recommend something at the beginning to specify exactly, like, okay, some moves use relics. They are this one, and this one. The rest of them are just aesthetic. Or if they're all of them, and I'm just misinterpreting this. Okay. Forward B. Pulls back and swiftly stretches out a punch for double the length of the relics he has. Cool. This shatters shields and can be angled. This is a very cool spiral punch. Got the down B, instantly drops his current collection of relics into a pile, returning to his smallest size while creating a relic pile. Acts as a dodge to attacks. Pressing down B again summons the relics back to him, dealing flinching... Ooh! Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Pressing down B again summons the relics back to him, creating flinching damage to whoever gets caught along the way. So imagine Bowser just being able to drop all of his Bowser to become Pichu, but his Bowser is still there and can be pulled back to him and to just mess with anybody that gets caught. I really like that. That's some, like, it's like Rayman limbs things I played with in my Rayman moveset. This is speaking to me. You can also use it as a command grab if he really reads dodging an attack with it. That's so cool! Also, lots of attacks hitting, so you can quickly grow in size while doing this. Okay, the pieces are starting to click together. I'm starting to get it. You got lots of really light-hitting, flinching attacks that do make yourself vulnerable, but allow you to grow much bigger if they work. I like this! Alright, up B does an uppercut upwards while spinning his rocks from his arms for a drill upwards when up B is tapped. Traveling about 1 to numbers. I hate numbers. But if it is held, it will teleport to the... What? 20-second cooldown after use. Okay, it has a UI thing. So, probably fine. This is also a lot. But, well, he can also be murdered instantly as Little Knack. So, yeah, this is fine. This is fine. He's gonna get killed at 30 if he can't get back to the stage. With a little extra help. Up is pressed while he is on the ground. He has a relic pile out. He'll instead do an arcing spin jump as he gathers his relics back into a mass, and then promptly scatters the relics in a shower beneath him. For minor widespread before performing a dive kick to the end to blah, blah, blah. Sorry, English is hard. and the attack that only stops upon hitting the ground. Okay. Up B's a little wonky, but I think we're still good. I'm still feeling the clicking from the down B gave. And its final smash waves his arms up, and in the background rises up a massive relic ruin, with blocks shifting back and forth. Looking at it, he jumps off the ledge into the background. Then lots of relics come pouring off, along with larger relics coming off and going into the abyss of the background. Knack then pops up in his kingly largest form from the first game, and a targeting relic appears for him to punch the screen from, with his form. So large that the second largest on-stage size is only the size of the form's heel in height. But after his punch hits, his body is blown apart by a red beam from a floating orb atop the ruin. The ruins retract from view after a giant relic then shoots out the eye as a max-sized Knack climbs back onto the ledge, scratching his head with a grumble before getting back into a combat foes. His relic gauge having maxed out as a side effect of the final smash. I do agree with Chasmic. The teleport does feel a little tacked on. I'm not against teleports. Like, I put one on Diablo with a limitation, because I feel like a character that big needs something. Maybe if I understood Knack a little bit more, I would understand, like, oh yeah, that's an obvious reference. He has to have that. But there's nothing relic-y about it. I was kind of expecting, like, oh, he'll pop out of the relic pile he had. Like, reform there. Because that makes more sense to me. Like, if he sacrifices his size, but gets punished out of it, he can then pop back out where he sacrificed his size. But maybe that doesn't work with how Knack's abilities work. I don't know. I agree. It kind of just feels there. And then there's the big lad, the final smash lad. And there's the orb. Final add-ons. This is a lot. Stands beneath a archway as the defeated foes are tossing relics out of their icon. Ha! Okay, I actually like that. That's really cute. Have all of the defeated fighters tossing relics at him to slowly grow in size. As he's waving towards the audience. That's cute. I like that. For the second one, large Knack looks out at the distance, spots the audience, grins at the camera. Body falls apart as he gets onto Lucas's plane and flies off into the distance. Animation 3. And just swaps places with co-op. Is this another character, or is this just Knack 2? Is it literally Knack 2? For a flash of blue curves over his front slice to the set again, the blue frilled co-op version of himself. And it seems literal Knack 2. Like, this is Guiji Knack. Okay. And then they form together for this. Okay, that's. I'll admit, I'm not the biggest fan of Knack's design, but when you make it full-on metal, that looks pretty sick. I like that a lot more. How much the three grin? The larger two bends down with their hands extended, and Robo-Knack turns towards them and uses their hands to leap up, turning around to shit on their shoulders. I'm assuming this is supposed to say sit. All the while, the smaller Robo-Knack is waving both hands at the screen like an excited kid. Defaults is red, because of course. 1 is blue. 2 is pure platinum, like the robots. 3 is green. 4 is yellow. 5 is purple, magenta. 6 is dark gray. And alt is his Knack 2 design. And stage-wise, we've got 2 characters. We've got the Relic Ruins. Just a wide variety of different blocks around the rearrange. Ooh, that's fun! Just constant rearranging blocks that you have to kind of travel between. Do you get squished if you get trapped between blocks, or is that not a thing? Does not appear to be a thing. That's fine, that's fine. And it's got the orbs next final smash. Going back and forth. And when caught in the light of the orb's searchlights will take chip damage. Oh, it's the laser from Halberd. It turns red, get out of the way because it's about to blast a massive laser across the stage. We also got option number 2, big city being attacked by big robots. Just going around the city. Traveling stage. Basically a Wonderful 101 stage. Okay. Just kind of going around at small size as a giant mech battle happens around you. I like it. Also, watch out for downed jets, apparently. This is my idea for a concept for Knack, capable of simplicity for the button mashers, but a hidden complexity that is terrifying under more strategic hands. Allowing for both brute force and complex strategies at a whim, much like the character itself. I hope everyone at Peasant's perspective enjoyed this concept, complicated though it was. And best of luck to all you creators for your future works. Okay, this one was a doozy, but I like it a lot. It took a long time for it to start clicking with me, because the entire time I was thinking through this, being like, okay, yeah, but if he gets hit 4 times, he's gonna die in 5 hits. I mean, he's gonna die in the next hit. But seeing all of the like weird multi-hit kind of things for the special moves, that really helps it all come together as a way to really farm relics from his opponents. That makes way more sense. I would still definitely recommend not committing to specific numbers for these, if only because, for one, it's a lot harder to read, just in general, but for another, these are the kind of things that would always be subject to change, and I find that the moveset tends to click for people a lot more if you leave that open to them, and they kind of naturally fill in what they think would be the most fair interpretations of what those numbers should be. That's just how I personally try to do it, but I find it generally works for trying to sell people on a concept, so they don't get hung up on like, oh, but that number's too low, or that number's too big. For a little bit more constructive feedback, again, I think I'm still a little confused as to if moves are using the relics that he has as a resource, or if it's just an aesthetic theme, because it was specified once that it was a resource, but never again. That's the big question lingering in my head after reading all this. But for the rest of it, like, this was fun. Very much out of left field, but it's an intriguing concept to have a character that is constantly changing based on his size. I like that. Alright, well done, Joshua. Thank you for your submission. Alright, we got one more to end off today. And this one I really wanted to grab the second I saw it. Because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we have had submissions where somebody will make a, oh my gosh, I've been talking for so long. Sorry, my vocal cords are really failing me right now. We've had submissions where someone will be inspired by somebody else's moveset and kind of move forward from it. But this one, I think, is the first time we've seen someone just go for straight up, okay, I want to make something in this person's moveset. Which I think is fascinating. I love this. So, from our favorite starchy friend Potato, is making a moveset for the One Piece character Zeff in Bestialmix's idea from a couple of episodes back of a One Piece platform fighter. So we're getting at this. We are inceptioning a prior Peasant's perspective idea to go even deeper with another submission into it. And that's just neat. Alright. So, Zeff. This is Sanji's mentor, beloved peg-leg dude with a very funny hat. Zeff steps out of the kitchen. Hope you've ever once experienced what it's like to starve to death, how horrible it is to suffer losing both food and water in the vast ocean. Alright, we got the voice actors here, Kochiyaro, also known as the Enter 20 voice actor, and Dindos. Okay. Zeff used to be the captain of the Cook Pirates and was renowned for his trademark powerful kicks, hence his moniker, Red Leg Zeff. However, once an incident that brought him and a young Sanji together, he's since become the head chef and owner of Barati, a restaurant ship in the East Blue where the Straw Hat Pirates meet and recruit Sanji. He's an expert cook who, despite his gruff exterior, cares a lot about Sanji, having been stranded with him after a shipwreck and bonding over their shared dream of finding the All Blue. For a full refresher of the One Piece platform Pirates, click here. I'm not going to do that here because we've already covered the entire thing. This is a concept for a One Piece platform fighter by BCOmics. The game is focused more on singles and all free-for-alls than teams. Controls are as follows. I will leave this on screen for a bit just so people can see it. Get this properly centered. There we... Nope. Back up. There we go. Perfect. Is that a mustache or nose hair? Yes. Normal attacks split up into light and heavy versions like Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl or Slap City, with Smash Brothers and Rivals of Aether filling in the gaps for most other moves. Platform Fighters takes after Fraymakers in terms of how blocking is handled. Shields can be held indefinitely, but they only block it from the front, leaving you vulnerable to attacks from behind. Inputting the special button while shielding initiates a parry. Parry has a small window that stuns opponents who attack up close in front, and parry reflects projectiles. Result screens and platform. This works in the... fighters appear in the backgrounds of result screens instead of in little portraits like Smash. Allows for more unique losing animations. And instead of having conventional supers, Platform Pirates employs what's called an awakened state, typically some kind of install. This is a move that every fighter has that can be activated once per match by hitting both triggers at the same time. Everyone has a unique awakened state that upgrades their attacks, with some characters gaining access to new mechanics. Some have awakened states already pulled from the series, others require some improvising. Only lasts a short while, it can be activated at any time. No damage or major requirements necessary. This makes it crucial for big bursts of momentum during fights, whether you whip them out right at the start or save it for later. The only restriction is once per match, so make it count. You can be hit in awakened states. This isn't like Transformation Final Smashes, it's more like the supers in Pokken. Some characters have transformations as part of their normal set with a meter. These transformations are different from awakened states and are unaffected, and the characters will transform into those as normal. Also, some awakened states are much more complex than others. Some will be as simple as describing a stat increase, others will fundamentally alter playstyle temporarily and require a bit more explanation. That's the rundown. Getting back to playstyle itself. He is a master of kicks who never fights using his hands. With his powerful legs, he can crush boulders, leave footprints on steel. He earned the name Red Leg from his shoes, which are always dyed with the blood of the defeated enemies. Before I get into talking about how Zeff fights, here's a refresher on BC's pitch for Sanji in Platform Pirates, as this will be helpful to keep in mind when it comes to my pitch for Zeff. Sanji himself. I'm not going to introduce Sanji because I'm assuming that most people following along, probably have a basic knowledge of the One Piece characters. Bruiser type of character, rising powerful kicks for pokes. All of his normals will utilize kicks as well. When he's awakened, his kicks no longer burn with fire, instead burn with blue fire, as he uses Infrit Jambe to make them more powerful. Passive, he's unable to attack. I can't. forgot about that. Unable to attack female characters. Any attacks he throws at them will now have heart particle effects and do a net total of 0% damage. Absolutely hilarious. Reminder, this is BComics for this particular bit for Sanji. Neutralize the flambe shot, which is a flaming kick forward. Side is drill shot. Flaming kick behind himself. Okay, a really quick dashing back and forth, like Harley's side special multiverses. Up is Skywalk, jumps in the air. That's a flying for an additional jump. If you hit somebody, causes them to use a flurry of kicks downwards. I think there's a me move that's close to that. Or just like picture Zero Suit Samus's down special, but there's a flurry of attacks instead of a kick down. If it collides with somebody. Down is Observation Hockey. Allowing him to automatically dodge one attack thrown his way. However, if his opponent is female, they'll be observed instead. Sure. Zeff would play somewhat similarly to Sanji, being Bruiser, whose movements consist of kicks that poke in neutral that help him set up a more offensive game plan. However, Zeff's movement stats were notably a step down from Sanji. In that sense, Zeff is kind of the Dr. Mario to Sanji's Mario, though this is somewhat patched up by the fact that some of Zeff's moves— I forgot to share the link. 1 second. Ah, well, I got one in for this episode. We'll take the wins where we get them. Zeff's moves propel him forward to help him approach. Passive, you idiots! A man can't kick a woman. It's been the rule since the age of the dinosaurs. As the man who engraved his code of chivalry into Sanji, Zeff also lacks the ability to damage female fighters, keeping in line with BC's pitch for Sanji. Any attacks that land on a female fighter indicated by a burst of heart projectile effects do no damage or knockback. Like Sanji, none of Zeff's attacks involve his hands. After all, a chef's hand should only be used for cooking. However, Zeff takes a step further by almost always having his arms crossed in front of himself. Think M. Bison. Or Darksider, not using his hands much. Okay, cool. In addition, some of Zeff's attacks, specifically most of his upward normals, involve him bouncing off his chef's hat for his landing animation. That's absolutely hilarious, and I love that. This comes with some notable landing lag, so that's something to take into note of. This may necessitate shrinking the length of Zeff's comically large chef hat to make the animations work better. Summary of Zeff's playstyle: has respectable range, and he can gap close easily. He is very easily be counterable. Movement stats are lower than Sanji, lacks any projectiles, and some moves may come off as stilted due to his animation quirks. Yes, gifts! Thank you! Grounded lights are just 2 kicks. Very simple jabs. Grounded side lights just hops forward a short distance while swinging his peg leg horizontally. Up lights? I can't tell if this is hitting with his legs or his hats. I kind of love it either way. It's taller than he is! Look at that. Love it. Backflip kick, if you input it again, he'll perform Shrimp Summer, a stronger version of it. This cannot be followed up due to some landing lag, as Chef bounces off his chef's hat. Grounded down light, crouches down and sweeps the ground with his peg leg, trips on hit. And then ground attack is Rude Customer, is a shoulder check. Grounded heavy, rapid series of kicks, hits multiple times. Grounded side heavy is a roundhouse kick with a peg leg that's gotta hurt. Honestly, probably gotta hurt both the user and the recipient. Grounded up heavy is just Ganondorf's up tilt, very fitting, love it. Also the idea of this up tilt, but you got that chef's hat, just making him just like a T as he attacks. That's hilarious. Grounded down heavy, spins around on his regular leg, his chef hat. Oh, so it's So it's the me down smash, me brawler down smash, right? Kind of what's going on here. Got the grounded dash attack. Spins around his peg leg, serving as a hitbox. Hits multiple times. We've We've got a neutral light, similar to Sora's neutral air. 3-hit combo kick. Aerial side light, similar to his grounded side light, performs a horizontal swing with his peg leg. Got an aerial up light, diagonal corkscrew kick that hits multiple times like Samus. Easily secures KOs, and timing it right has Zeff bounce off his chef's hat for his landing on the mission. I love this. So it's so unnecessary, but the mental image is so funny. Aerial down light, just multiple stomps. Think snakes, but only 2 instead of 4. Heavy normal. And his neutral is an angle move that has Zeg dash forward with his peg leg in a chosen direction. Neutral angle is Head Chef's Kick of Justice, travels the furthest of the 3 directions. Upward is Peg Leg Shot, respectable damage, can help Zeff recover from below the stage. And downward angle is Knife Shot, travels the least distance, does the least knockback, but does minimal landing lag, makes it useful for setting up combos. Like so. Zeff swipes his peg leg in a downward arc in front of himself. Hits sweet spot spy. Oh my god. You'd think with how I name things, I'd be so much better at alliteration than I am. But god, I trip over my words constantly when that happens. Sweet spot spikes. An aerial up heavy. Basically the same as his grounded up light attack, but much heavier in impact. Think Ganondorf's. Again, time it right, he'll bounce off the hat, because that's adorable, and I love it. Aerial down heavy is a spinning stomp. We got the grab and throws. Since Zeff's arms are almost always crossed when attacking, his grabs and throws only incorporate his lift. How? Oh, he impales them with a peg leg? That's hilarious. Pummels just pokes him deeper. Forward throw, jumps forward and launches with a knee from his regular leg. Back throw just turns around and launches them off the leg. Up throw lifts the opponent into the air, then hits him again with the peg leg. And then down throw raises his peg leg before slamming it onto his opponent. Allows his opponent to set up for ground combos. Love it. That's hilarious. Alright, we already went over these specials for Sanji, so let's get into how Zeff does this. Neutral winds his peg leg back before doing a powerful swing, like the flambe shot. This is armored, though, there's no fire effect. Side special. Based on the turnover kick on BC's idea for Sanji's side special, a move that propels you forward while attacking from behind. However, instead of an invincible dash, he flips forward, kicking behind himself as he falls. If Sanji's can be likened to Harley Quinn's side special in multiverses, this one can be likened to Terry's back special Crack Shoot, but modified to launch behind Zeff. As turnover kick can cross up a shield, this is a helpful tool to take advantage of shields in platform pirates, being vulnerable from behind. Consequently, platform pirates parries, stunning melee attackers on hit makes this move very punishable if your opponent can react in time. Up special. Like Sanji, Zeff's up special has him hop off the air as an extra jump. While the jump goes a little higher than Sanji's, Zeff doesn't have an extra attack after, leaving him vulnerable to anti-airs. I'm kind of hesitant to reveal this because it's such a stupid observation I should have made years ago, literally. But I just kind of realized that, wait, why am I not just narrating things while looking at Streamlabs and not the actual documents? And it has made things significantly easier to narrate while showing people the actual visual aids. Like, you can mock me for that. I think that's valid. I should have thought to do this easier. Should have thought to do this years ago. But, like, yeah, I don't have to, like, read things. I can just read things and react to them as you're seeing them. This is so stupid. I should have done this. I should have realized this so long. It's fine. It's fine. Down special is Head Chef Headbutts. Braces himself. If he gets hit by a melee attack in this state, he counters with a headbutt. Breaks animation armors through attacks from both male and female fighters, but he only headbutts the male ones. If he awakens, he temporarily uncrosses his arms. Oh no! While he still only attacks with his legs, this state comes with a boost in mobility stats, as well as tweaking some attack animations to account for Zeff's ATM's arms changing position. So hold on. So where other characters have, like, the gear ups for Luffy, I just said Luffy. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I mainly interacted with it through reading. I rarely heard it pronounced. It's I know. I'll take the criticism, but I know. That threw off my train of thought. But yeah, as other characters have super powerful transformations, he just uncrosses his arms. That's hilarious. God damn it. Before I get into extra animations, I'd like to touch on an idea I have for stage entrances. While each character has a default stage entrance, certain characters, notably pirates, have an unlockable stage entrance that has them interact with their bounty poster, based on how some characters are introduced in the One Piece live-action Netflix series. I triggered BC's awakened state. Oh no! Zeff's bounty poster entrance changes somewhat depending on matchup, although it always involves him nailing a poster to a kitchen board, which then disappears as the battle begins. Normally, after his bounty poster appears, he nails it to a kitchen board with a wry smile. If he's playing against Luffy, I said it right! I said it! There's a chance he instead nails Luffy's bounty poster to his kitchen board wearing a proud smile. And if Zeff is playing against Sanji, he nails Sanji's bounty poster to his kitchen board, laughing heartily as he does so. Yes! That makes me happy. I always gotta use that poster. Idle 1 just cracks his neck both sides. Idle 2 uncrosses his arms and stretches them forward and returns them across into the arms. Forward Taunt, a non-cancelable animation in which Zeff takes out a frying pan and begins cooking something. Because how dare you interrupt cooking once you've started? While the animation is going on, inputting certain command inputs will result in him presenting a different dish. The hitbox of the dish Zeff presents will actually heal a small amount of a player's percent, friend or foe. Oh, that's amazing! What a perfect way to force the opponent to respect the taunt, because if they do, it'll heal them. Oh, that's so funny! That's like 7 extra layers of disrespect. Not only am I taunting you, I'm doing it in a way that's going to heal you. Are you gonna sit down and take my food, you little bitch, or are you going to interrupt me? That's amazing! That might be my favorite taunt I've ever read in any of these ideas. That's just 10 out of 10! The more complex the command input, so you can even, like, kick on something really gourmet. It's like really style on them. Memorizing a series of inputs solely to make the opponent feel worse. Honestly, I don't even think this is necessary to balance it. Because, like, if it has a long animation, you can't really use it that reliably in like doubles. You're not gonna be able to have like a nest down B kind of deal that constantly heals him. It's just you gotta respect it. Oh, I love that. I love that so much. And as a plus, it also showcases a huge part of his character. If somebody's hungry, you feed them, friend or foe. Something we can all aspire to. Back taunt. Zeff says something scoldingly towards his opponents. And then up taunt uncrosses his arms and pulls out a saw with a mean look on his face and says, "I'll carve you like a rump roast." before stowing it away. While the pose is based on what Zeff says in the manga, the line is pulled from Zeff's taunt in One Piece Grand Adventure. And then down taunt, Zeff uncrosses his arms and grabs and pulls on his mustache with one of his hands, bouncing up as he releases it. Result screens! We got him sitting in his chair and reading the newspaper. We got a looping animation of where he cooks something. But special victories, if he wins a match against someone you land a down taunt on, results in a unique results screen animation in which Zeff, with his arms crossed, shouts, "It's a cook's duty to keep his customers well fed." For players who Zeff lands his down taunt on, friend or foe, their results screen animation has them eating one of Zeff's dishes. That's adorable! Oh, that's surprisingly wholesome, honestly. I kinda love that. Yeah, he's a rough and tumble guy, but he's just, at the end of the day, he's just gonna make you some nice food to eat. And if you want to be really ambitious, make specific dishes for each character. Which, like, yeah, that's a lot, but oh, that would be so nice, though. One other special victory, if he wins a match against Sanji, his victory animation has him say, "You're 100 years too young to challenge me as a chef, stupid boy." Sanji's defeat animation in this case has him rub his head with exaggerated cartoon bumps on his head as if Zeff just got done disciplining him. And his defeat has him looking away with his arms crossed and his chef outfit open, grumbling something. But if he loses to Sanji, his defeat animation has him wipe away tears of pride from his wrist as his chef outfit openly reveals his striped shirt. Sanji's victory in this case has him kneel on the floor facing Zeff in the background, also in tears. That's just so cute. We've got costumes. Got the basic white. We've got a dark blue, referencing Patty. We've got a black to reference Sanji, because of course. We've got a mint color to get the actual color of the body. I like that. We've got a green one, reference to Jin as well as Yosaku. We've got a kind of black, yellow, and purple, referencing Don Krieg, who attacks the Baratie. Could also be seen as a reference to Arlong, who attacked Baratie in the Netflix series. We got a red, as a reference to Luffy. And an alternate costume that appears as he is when he was the Cook Pirate. However, he would still have variations of his chef leg, hat, and peg leg to stay consistent with moves involving those. Home stage is obvious. You fight in front of the Baratie, because where else would it be? Oh wait, no, that's Sanji's. Oh, this is just cruel, but it's... So instead of his home where he feels nice and safe and he can cook people meals, he gets to revisit his past trauma where he ate his own leg. Lovely. The desolate rock. Just random place, middle of nowhere. It's just a rock in the middle of the island. Gotta love it. You also find 2 bags on the stage, one on each side. Breaking one of the bags releases consumable food, while the other spills out non-interruptible treasure that remains for the rest of the match. The position of which bag is on which side is always randomized, meaning you can never be sure which bag will benefit you or not until you break open a bag yourself. You get the bag as a food item! That's terrible! That's so good. Oh my god. And that's Zeff. If you're interested in making a platform fighter's kit yourself, here's a moveset template by BC. The animation quirk about Zeff's hat being involved in the line animation of his upward normals does make me debate if his hurtbox should extend to his hat, which I'm still unsure about. I was originally going to have Zeff's awakened state have him call in Patty to cook and toss consumable food in Zeff's direction. However, a few factors led me to deciding on the one that Zeff has now. I wasn't sure if calling in another character still felt within what BC considered an awakened state. I felt like Zeff getting an awakened state that could heal him got in the way of what I felt was going toward his selfless cookie taunt. And the more I read about the Barati arc for research, the more I felt like I could feasibly make a moveset for Patty himself, in which case I didn't feel the need to rep him in Zeff's moveset outside a costume recolor. I originally Zeff having a lot more single-hit normals that hit harder than Sanji at the expense of making it harder for him to set up combos, something I may revisit if BC ever makes a full pitch of Sanji. Like my moveset for young Kobe, it was interesting trying to craft a moveset with another person's pitch in mind. Asked BC for some help this time around. Resources. We got just... Oh, is this a works? This is such a potato thing to do. Gotta make sure we got our works cited, showing everything that we took everything from. In a nice, lovingly crafted list format with easily attainable links everywhere, so everybody can understand exactly where this comes from. And just in case anybody reading a platform fighter moveset does not understand where Captain Falcon comes from, we took it from him. Never change, Potato. You were amazing. And that's Zeff in Platform Pirates. Like, obviously, the whole moveset is super, super solid. But I think, as good as this all is, it's almost nothing when compared to the beautiful brilliance of this single taunt. You could put this single taunt as an entire entry for a peasant's perspective, and it'd be a highlight of that episode. Like, goddamn, this is amazing. And I also love how it's just a nice mirror to the character that he mentored. I love those sorts of relationships showcased in how two characters fighting movesets correlate to each other. It's oddly wholesome and adorable. I love seeing it. And with that, we get to the end of another peasant's perspective. Thank you so much to everyone who submitted. We had a lot of fun with this one. I had 4 new people, for one thing. Delightful Magolor movesets. Another fun take on Mario. We got just fucking quotations Bowser with some of the 6 artwork I've seen in Peasant's Perspective so far. Got the fun boss battle things with some just like legitimately solid character design pitches. We got Link and Smash by Akonu. We got the custom stages. Oh god, I love those custom stages by Carson. Zeff in the One Piece platform fighter, and the beautiful chaos of Knack. For any that submitted but didn't get showcased in this episode, there's always next month. Don't feel too bad. And I actually have a bit of a surprise for you guys. Let me really quickly. Those who participated, who are on the Discord server surrounded by this, which I will be leaving after this episode finishes. I just need to get away from areas where I lurk, because it takes up so much time, and I need to spend that time either making things, or studying, or working, or whatever. But let's just go full screen here. Let's go ahead and take this little video here. Go ahead and publish that to be public, and see you guys later. Look forward to seeing you again, either in Peasant's Perspective, or something else. If you want to go give that video a look-see.